When Jiang Chen and the group returned to the military outpost, the cooks were beginning to clean up the cooking pots. The logistics personnel saw that the general had come back and immediately greeted him, asking if they should fire up the pots again. But Jiang Chen rejected his good intention and took Sun Xiaoro to the direction of the general room. The day before yesterday was pizza, yesterday was spaghetti, what are we going to eat today? On the way back, Sun Xiaoro had a smile on her face while she said happily with a finger on her lips. It was a lavish problem for the people of the wasteland. What about seafood fried rice? Although fried rice doesn't taste too great after reheating, Jiang Chen wanted rice. No. I still want to eat pizza. Sun Xiaoro hugged Jiang Chen's arm and used her innocent eyes to stare at Jiang Chen, a common tactic she used. Okay, I said not to be coy here. It won't be good if other people saw this. Jiang Chen wanted to drag his arm out, but she naughtily hugged onto it tighter. So, what's the matter? Sun Xiaoro teasingly blinked. There were rarely people that passed by the general room with most of the patrols done by drones, so there was no need to worry about other people. Just as Sun Xiaoro thought about that, she immediately made eye contact with Han Junhua, who was standing at the door. Sun Xiaoro let him go, rolled out her tongue, and jumped aside. Han Junhua slightly turned her head and spoke expressionlessly to Jiang Chen, "Do I need to leave for now?" No need. Jiang Chen awkwardly coughed. Is something wrong? Since it was in a military outpost, while there was no one around, it was still considered out in public. Therefore, it wouldn't look good to be so intimate. As the general, he especially needed to be the role model. Han Junhua nodded and handed him a thermos container. You just returned from the fallout shelter and you must still be hungry. I asked the cook to make extra. But Jiang Chen didn't take the container and only stared at her blankly. Sun Xiaoro, who stood beside him, was only completely shocked. Is there something wrong? Han Junhua was confused at the two's dumbfounded expressions. No, it is just that. Regathering his thoughts, Jiang Chen smiled and took the container. This is very unlike you. Is it? While her face was still expressionless, he could read the confused emotion in her eyes. At the same time, Jiang Chen could clearly sense the piercing gaze of the person standing beside him. When Han Junhua left, the two returned to the room. Opening the container, Jiang Chen looked at the rice and dishes divided clearly and squarely while a curvature appeared on his mouth. The odd way of putting food was indeed Han Junhua's character. With a few strands of hair dangling on his shoulder, Sun Xiaoro put her face beside Jiang Chen's. The vibrant red lips were mixed with some jealousy. Brother-in-law is so popular. Am I? You are. Sun Xiaoro bit on Jiang Chen's ear, displeased. Then she murmured to herself, but if it is Sister Junhua, I don't think Sister will mind. Jiang Chen's eyebrows jumped and he threw the container into the storage dimension while feeling exasperated. This girl is becoming naughtier. If he doesn't punish her, where is the authority of the head of the family? Brother-in-law is angry. Jiang Chen suddenly stood up. Amongst Xiaoro's scream, he put her on his shoulder. Brother-in-law, what do you want to do? Wait, Xiaoro is hungry, could you wait for a bit? No. QQ. Gulp. Humph, now you're afraid. Too late, looking at the pouting Xiaoro, the evil Jiang Chen laughed. The next morning, the second blimp arrived at Hucheng. Other than bringing a large number of supplies, the blimp also brought NAC's most powerful drone units, Reptile and Python. But based on what the captain said, their trip was not too peaceful. When they flew over the Yellow Mountain, the blimp was attacked by anti-air machine guns. Fortunately, they were above the clouds. While some bullets struck the bottom of the blimp, the bullets at the end of its range didn't manage to do damage. The information of NAC using blimp to transport supplies was known by the survivors along the way. While we flew above the clouds, the radar could still easily capture such a large target. And our speed was not fast. Once we were locked in, we were just a moving target. Fortunately, they used machine guns and not anti-air cannons. Recalling what happened last night, the captain still felt frightened. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen thought of a solution. "I'll send Aurora 20 to protect you." With Aurora 20's air-to-land attack ability, it shouldn't be a problem to take out a few anti-air machine guns. Someone dares to plot against NAC's supplies? Do they think they lived long enough? That would be the best. They might use anti-air cannon next time. The captain smiled bitterly. But sending out the fighter jet was not a long-term solution. Aurora 20's transport fuel had a long production amount, but the cost was daunting. A flying mission's cost was around 1,000 credits per hour, and thus the cost of a supply mission would drag that number up by several folds. It was probably more economical to purchase locally. Before ending the conversation, Jiang Chen ordered him to stay for 3 days at the base and bring the quantum computer found in Fallout Shelter 071 back. All scientists at Fallout Shelter 027 used 3 experiment quantum computers in total, highlighting how much NAC lacked quantum computers. And because of this, Jiang Chen was determined to control the Quantum Computer Research Institute. Whether it was for the virtual reality network in the modern world or for the development of the NAC, he must control the production technology of the quantum computer. "Is there any news of the Quantum Computer Research Institute?" Jiang Chen asked Wang Xiaowu in the office. "We posted at the market outside of the outpost that information was wanted for the Research Institute, but we currently haven't received any useful information," Wang Xiaowu said regretfully. Jiang Chen frowned. The advisor of the Federation only told them the rough location, but the area from east of Gang River to the west of Panyang Lake was all sovereignty of the Empire. With such a massive area, where was he going to find the small institute? Suddenly, the alarm outside began to ring. Jiang Chen and Wang Xiaowu looked at each other. They immediately stood up and headed out. What happened? Walking to the gate of the outpost, Jiang Chen scanned the crowd in the distance with his eyes narrowed. "It's the mutated humans." The soldier on duty saluted. "Mutated humans?" Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. "If it is the mutated humans, why waste energy on speaking with them?" Ji Yuchen walked to Jiang Chen. "Guru tribe, they are the mutated human tribe of Empire." He pointed at the slanted flag. "That dragon flag is the flag of Empire." The group was approaching and Jiang Chen saw the appearance of the group. They were muscular giants with green skin, the muscles on their body were bulging out. They were covered in drapes and hold clothes with rifles that looked toothpick thin compared to their giant arms. The clothes looked improvised. Only 2 or 3 mutated humans wielded armors made out of C-type steel with massive power armor in hand. In Wanghai, the mutated humans and humans had an eternal grudge, but this didn't seem to be the case here. When the survivors saw the mutated humans, while they looked afraid, they didn't display the fear on their faces. "Should we fire?" Wang Xiaowu looked at Jiang Chen. "As long as he orders, the Fireball 1 on the airship will turn the mutated monsters into flames. No rush. Let's hear what they have to say first." But if they continue to move forward, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed with a hint of coldness surfacing on his face, "then let our airship warn them." The group of mutated humans, fortunately, didn't step onto the red line set by the NAC, they stopped before the airship fired. Guro tribe spread out 800 meters in front of the NAC outpost. If they fought, it was the typical combat distance. The crowd momentarily turned rowdy before a green-skinned muscular giant walked out. He had a flag in his right hand while he dragged a vicious dog in his left hand. The survivors at the entrance of the market whispered to each other. They began to collect their stuff to avoid him. Jiang Chen eyed his soldier. Li Wang understood and walked in front of the mutated human. He raised his gun before the mutated human arrived. "Please stop, it is NAC's territory up front. We are the delegates sent from Guru tribe." The mutated human roared in a loud voice. He looked at Jiang Chen. "We brought greetings from the elder." "Oh. The greetings of the elder? Tell me about it." Jiang Chen looked at him. "Since you're doing business in Guru tribe's territory, then you must give tribute to the magnificent Guru elder." The mutated human stabbed the flag on the ground. Disgusting saliva was dripping out from his vicious fangs, "Or else, your action will be viewed as disrespectful to God." Jiang Chen and Zhao Qinwu exchanged eye contact and they simultaneously began to laugh. "Rude humans," the mutated human's eyes widened and he threatened, "You don't know that in Empire's territory, you're all third-tier people. Even if I rip you apart, the Emperor won't criticize me at all." It was the first time in Empire's territory where he saw someone this disrespectful to mutated humans. Whether it was a lone traveler passing the area, or a survivor that lived there, anyone that dared to anger the mutated humans must pay serious consequences for their foolishness. If they dared to fight back, it was viewed as an obstruction to the friendship between Empire and the mutated humans. The soldiers of the Empire would haunt them till the border of Empire. "Then did you tell your emperor that the people here haven't paid tax for a long time?" Wang Xiaowu mocked. Would NAC be afraid of a bastard emperor? The tax official of Empire arrived at Hamster Village days before and happened to meet the patrol team of the NAC. The consequence was obvious. Because of the poor judgment of the unlucky tax official, he was beaten and thrown into the detention room. From that day on, Empire didn't send another tax official there again. They didn't even dare to ask about NAC's invasion on their territory. In front of cannons, a human's mind is a lot calmer compared to a mutated human's mind. "Our elder doesn't care." The mutated human arrogantly raised his chest. "The Emperor declared this area belonged to our tribe, so you must pay tribute. If you reject, it will be viewed as disrespectful to Guru tribe." Jiang Chen burst out laughing again when he saw the cocky expression. "In Wanghai, I heard that the head of mutated humans is not that great. It certainly is true from what I see today." The mutated human ambassador was instantly enraged. The mutated humans hated people humiliating their intelligence because the FEV virus does have the side effect of decreasing brain cell activity. The hand dragged onto the iron shackle raised, he pointed it at Jiang Chen and shouted in anger. "How dare you! Your humiliation will be viewed as provocative to Guru tribe. I will let you know what is rage and cruelty." Ah! The severed arm spun in the air. The mutated human collapsed to the ground in pain, covering the place where his arm was as blood gushed out. On the wall of the outpost, Sun Xiaoro gently smiled and moved the sniper rifle in her hands. "You'll suffer if you're disrespectful to the NAC general." The mutated dog escaped the shackle and immediately leaped at Jiang Chen's group, but the creature didn't manage to run 2 steps before it was gunned down by Li Wang. The sudden change happened in an instant. No one expected the situation would suddenly turn into a crossfire. Facing the delegation from mutated humans, they clearly didn't expect NAC's reaction being this violent. They even shot their ambassador. That shot ignited their vengeance. AS order. Aim at all mutated human units 800 meters from the outpost, fire. Jiang Chen opened the radio and ordered with a merciless voice. Roar, mutated humans screamed and unleashed their firepower at NAC's outpost. The bullets with orange trials shredded the tents in the market, destroyed the frame, and hit the concrete wall of the outpost. The survivors that realized the situation was heading south already ran away, so the bullets didn't hit them. But the rain of bullets didn't last for 2 seconds before being suppressed by the bullet hailstorm. For 12.76 mm machine guns unleashed fire and the waterfall of bullets exploded the dust on the ground and turned the fleeing mutated humans into meat chunks. NAC soldiers hid behind the bunkers and fired back with their rifles. At the same time, Python drones were all activated and circled behind the mutated humans from the wing. Behind the transparent graphene bunker, Jiang Chen looked at the hologram screen of thugs being slaughtered by the bullets from the sky with coldness. The policy of Empire spoiled them. They really think they are superior? NAC only had one policy when it came to the bloodthirsty thugs. Kill. After killing the mutants, throw their body into the incinerator chamber. That is where they belong. Capital, the palace. Did Guru tribe start fighting against the NAC? My emperor, based on the scout at the front line, the two sides are engaging in battle. Perfect. The emperor nodded, a pleased smile appeared on the well-defined face. After the last emperor's placate strategy, Guru tribe began to expand. The previous force used as deterrence against Federation now became a tumor of Empire. The mutated humans' population was not high from the start, it was not a big deal to give them some special rights. But based on this trend, the humans will be a minority. Empire would no longer be Empire. Not including the mutated humans, the total population of Empire was around 150,000, but the growing population of mutated humans was 80,000. Could they still be considered a minority? Of course not. Including the elders, discussion of including the cannibals inside Empire, and retaining their tradition was all out of consideration of balancing the power of the mutated humans. But balance didn't seem to do the trick anymore. With NAC's arrival at Hucheng and their blitz action to remove the raiders at the water treatment plant, they displayed their power and firm stance to the local forces. The Emperor first remained cautious to the external force, since the area of the water treatment plant was part of Empire's territory. However, then he gave it a thought and concluded the appearance of order may not necessarily be bad, and it happened to solve a critical problem. Empire didn't have strong control of the east rural area to begin with. If he declared the unnecessary area to the mutated human tribe, it not only would satisfy their growing appetite, but potentially would also cause the two to suffer great defeat. Since Hucheng was still hundreds of kilometers from Wanghai, unless the NAC made up their mind to include this area into their territory, the casualties against Guru tribe will force them to back away. Different from the lousy thugs in the water treatment plant, while the mutated humans were not the brightest, their combat ability was not weak at all. Or rather, the FEV virus already engraved the word battle into the genetics of these monsters. Just out of instinct, they could explode with combat ability no inferior to trained soldiers. But the combat ability was not effective under the suppression of aerial firepower. A few RPGs were launched out by the mutated humans to the air, but they quickly exploded under the laser anti-missile defense system. As to the machine guns firing into the air, they couldn't even leave a dent on the C-type steel armor of AS order. The machine guns in the air were suffocating, the mutated humans began to retreat. Jiang Chen wouldn't let their wish come true. You must be joking. Since you provoked me, leave your life here and you can leave. The Python drones moved to the wing and unleashed its supreme firepower to the fleeing mutated humans. At the same time, the NAC infantries accompanied by armored vehicles pursued the retreating mutated humans. Damn it, these ugly humans' firepower is strong. With disgusting blood dripped out from his forehead, Lu leaned behind a half-collapsed apartment building while jamming a clip into the machine gun. He then peeked out while roaring, "For the glory of Guru." Ta-ta-ta-ta, bullets jumped between the bunkers. He clearly saw an NAC soldier fall because of his bullets. But unfortunately, he didn't see clearly whether the person ducked down or was killed before his head was cracked open by the soaring bullets. Curling behind the half-destroyed concrete pillar, Li Wang took a deep breath and stood up with the help of the Reaper assault rifle. He was hit 2 times in the chest. Luckily, the K2 kinetic skeleton's excellent external defense saved him. While his rib cage was in pain, he could continue to fight. 2 pythons soared by him, Li Wang loaded his gun and continued to chase the mutated humans. The gunner firing at him already died in another's hand. When he stepped over the headless body, he glanced at the mixture of red and white on the ground, feeling shocked. From the head explosion, the unlucky guy must have died of a sniper rifle. The front-line force was not equipped with sniper rifles. But since the bullet came from the outpost, the sniper was too frightening. This place was 1,000 meters away from the outpost. Right now, at the watchtower, Sun Xiao put down the sniper rifle in her hands and leaned it against the wall. The mutated humans already ran away, she could not see them from her location anymore. She elegantly took out the tactical gloves and directly jumped down from the 8 meters tall watchtower. What you did, is too rushed. While you have advanced equipment, the mutated humans occupy a large amount of fertile land to the west of Panyang Lake. They have a population of at least 80,000, Ji Yucheng said, troubled. The 80,000 mutated humans were all soldiers, and they didn't include the human slaves. While the mutated human tribe's weapons were crude, it didn't mean they didn't have heavy firepower. And the NAC military outpost, at most, stationed 1,000-something people. Even with the support from the airship, it would not be easy to fight against 80 times the force. You probably don't know. In Jia City, there were probably at least 80,000, or even 100,000 mutated humans that died to my first division. Jiang Chen used his EP to send out orders and said nonchalantly to Ji Yucheng. Perhaps you're really strong, but this is Hucheng. They are fighting at their front door, and your supply line is 600 kilometers long. Ji Yucheng reminded him. He hoped Jiang Chen could help to become the president, so he didn't want to see NAC fight against the mutated humans without anything to gain. Only the president of Federation would feel for this situation. How many 100-kilogram bombs were transported here? Jiang Chen looked to Wang Xiaowu. 200 rounds. Not bad, what about Fireball 1? 2,000 missiles. Excellent. Enough for the consumption of a war. Contact Wang Qin and get the logistic department to transport 2,000 more missiles. Remember, combustion and explosive each 2,000 rounds. Roger. Wang Xiaowu saluted and immediately headed to the command room. After instructing the necessary commands, Jiang Chen looked at Ji Yucheng again. Let's talk somewhere else. Without waiting for his reply, Jiang Chen headed to the middle of the outpost. Chapter 634 Being Used. Ji Yucheng followed Jiang Chen, seeing there was no one around, he gulped and cautiously said. Did you find the secret to immortality? Not yet. Is the password not right? The password is right, but unfortunately, someone already went into the director office. Jiang Chen took out the diary from his pocket. I only found this. Ji Yucheng wanted to grab it, but Jiang Chen didn't plan to give him the diary. His hand awkwardly hung in the air for a while before he took it back. Then our agreement, of course it counts, Jiang Chen smiled, it is beneficial for me to make an obedient person the president. Based on their agreement, Ji Yucheng will tell us the password and he will help Ji Yucheng become the president, and kill the former president and advisor stabbing him in the back. And the first thing Ji Yucheng will do after being elected president is introducing NAC economic zone reform and become a place similar to the 6th Street in the NAC. Ji Yucheng thought about the chip injected behind his neck, let out a sigh, and opened his hands. I still don't understand, compared to Wang Hai, everything is clearly terrible, whether it is Federation or Empire. Other than the also mythical secret about immortality, what could interest you here? Once you possess territories, you'll want to possess more. Of course, I don't need to explain this to you, you just need to follow what I say. Then, what are you planning to tell me? Is it something inconvenient for other people to know? Ji Yucheng said. It is about that password. Jiang Chen stared into his eyes, I want to carefully recollect how you obtained it. Ji Yucheng paused before he sighed. Is this the question? I can bet you that you'll be disappointed when you hear it. Jiang Chen signaled him to continue. The password was brought to me by a postal man. I was drinking in the bar, he came to find me and said that someone from Federation sent me a mail for me to sign. I was confused, and I was even more confused when I opened the letter. There was a string of symbols along with the detailed explanation of Fallout Shelter 071 as well as a signature. That's it? Jiang Chen stared him, dumbfounded. That's it. Jiang Chen nodded, his expression was innocent. As I said, you will be disappointed. Jiang Chen scanned the program related to the slavery chip on the EP. From his heart rate, he didn't lie. So you gifted the password to the president. That's right. I thought I could become a confidant, but he wanted to kill me instead. Jiang Chen's words were mixed with deep hatred. Who sent the letter? Dr. Sunday. Dr. Sun, could it be? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. From the intelligence collected by Zhao Corporation about the doctor that doesn't age, he previously thought the person may be a digitalized human, but the truth may not be the case. But why? The doctor at the capital. What was his purpose to send the password to Federation's parliament member? Or rather, what was he trying to achieve in making Federation's people purposely leave the diary behind? Jiang Chen was anxious seeing Jiang Chen didn't speak as he tried to contemplate his thought process. But quickly after, Jiang Chen spoke again. Last question. You gave the password to the president, don't you long for immortality? Jiang Chen took a second to process. He didn't think it would be such an irrelevant question, so he mocked himself. I'm just a poor man and an unimportant parliament member in Federation. I work my *SS for the stingy poor suckers. Perhaps when I become the president, I will. The gunshots in the distance stopped, the outcome of the battle ended with all the mutated humans eliminated. A total of 215 mutated humans as well 10 mutated dogs all died tragically among the ruins. NAC suffered 2 deaths and 17 injuries. The almost miraculous victory was a historic win in the eyes of the survivors. But the soldiers didn't seem to be too excited. The advantage in equipment meant the battle would be crushing from the start. Jiang Chen personally held a simple burial ceremony for the 2 deceased soldiers. Their body would be shipped back to Wanghai to the wounded soldiers. As long as they didn't miss an arm or a leg, NAC's medical expertise could treat them. All in all, while the equipment of the mutated humans at this location was inferior to the mutated humans supported by the Dusk Church. But in terms of combat ability, the mutated humans were stronger. The NAC research in the Force extracted blood, cell samples from the body of the mutated humans and brought them back to the lab at the outpost to conduct an analysis on DNA and metabolism. The appearances of the mutated humans were different compared to the mutated humans in Wanghai. Jiang Chen was especially intrigued. Therefore, he assigned the research task to the researchers. The result was also surprising. The mutated humans here had 6 strands of chromosomes with obvious differences to the mutated humans in Jia City. FEV virus is also called human genetic fixation virus with the intent to allow the pack citizens to become neo-humans more adaptable to the harsh environment. But since the start of the FEV project, it received the objection from the mainstream society, the pure species believers. Humans are destined to be a creature that can win against nature, but not compromise to nature and become a monster. Therefore, the research of the FEV virus was delayed. It was not till before the war did people start to continue the research after digging the information out. The FEV virus culture widespread on Wasteland was mostly the improved version of the original FEV virus. Inside the lab, the researchers responsible for dissecting the mutated human's body reported to Jiang Chen. Other than the difference in appearance compared to the mutated humans in Wanghai, is there anything else that's different? Jiang Chen asked. Of course. The researcher nodded. Other than poorer regeneration ability, the Huqing mutated humans also possessed extremely strong metabolism. But different from the Jia City mutated human, their theoretical lifespan is 3 times the Jia City mutated humans. 3 times? Jiang Chen was stunned. That's right. The researcher said with certainty, the FEV virus in Huqing possesses the ability to elongate the DNA telomere. While the technical challenge is great, it is not impossible in theory. The mutated humans' strength and immunity to poison were problematic. To begin with, especially with their cockroach-like regeneration, they could easily adapt on the wasteland. The inability to breed and shortened lifespan were two weaknesses that limited their size. But the mutated humans here's lifespan was longer than humans. It was unbelievable. When Jiang Chen returned to the command room, he found Han Junhua to discuss the strategy on wiping out mutated humans. The first step was to send out reconnaissance soldiers to determine the mutated humans' FEV production base, armory, command, anti-air units, and other critical infrastructures to be destroyed by Aurora 20. At the same time, the ground force will be supported by order to push to the west bank of Panyang Lake occupied by Guru tribe to free the humans slaved by mutated humans. As to Empire, in the past few days, based on the information sent by our soldiers to Hezhong City and capital, I analyzed the Huqing forces. Standing in front of the hologram map, Han Junhua's arms crossed in front of her chest while she orderly explained the complicated relationship between Empire and Guru tribe. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed after he listened to Han Junhua's analysis. So you're saying Empire used us? 90%. Han Junhua looked to Jiang Chen. Then, what are you planning to do? Nothing. They will realize that our operation is not free. A mischievous smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face as he stared at Empire on the map. Using us? They are playing with fire. Inside the palace, the emperor and the elders sat around the long table, celebrating. The alcohol on the table was a NAC specialty. The curry chicken and stewed beef canned food were also from the NAC. But there were also specialty dishes from the wasteland. For example, the sauce roasted crab mud roe with an alluring fragrance, the fury bear brain in the shape of tofu were all the cuisines on the wasteland that people without status could not eat. The supplies inland were plentiful beyond the imagination of coastal Wanghai. The emperor and elders toasted in joy. Emperor's strategy is witty. An elder with a full mustache raised his cup and toasted with the emperor. With this strategy, the NAC force will have to retreat without any gain. The annoying mutated human tribe must also reconsider our relationship. That's right. Emperor is wise. Haha, my elders, let's drink. This is premium beer purchased from Wanghai. For the glory of Empire, we'll get drunk today. The emperor stood up and toasted with each of the elders. Emperor is right. For Empire, cheers. I'll finish this drink to show my respect. Looking at the elders trying to flatter him, the Empire had a joyful expression on his face but was sneering in his mind. You old foxes, everyone knows what hideous things you're thinking about in your minds. The witty strategy of borrowing a knife to kill was not the work of the Empire, but a strategy discussed by the elders. And the elders didn't mention any of this and handed the glory to him, just an attempt to please him before he steps down. Empire was a crown abdication. There was 1 year left in the 5-year term. Who would be the next emperor will be appointed by the current emperor. As long as the elders don't all reject, the next emperor would be the wise person appointed by him. He was sitting among them while doing all he can to flatter and please the person that sat in his chair, and the 2nd year after he controlled all power, he no longer would even glance the previous emperor. In Empire, stepping down meant retirement and complete isolation with power. The person wouldn't even have the chance to return to the elders. Thinking that he still had a year of time, the emperor felt melancholic, but he was over it quickly. At least now, he was still the leader of Empire, enjoying the respect and support of the nobles. The chief elder personally poured him a cup of alcohol and the emperor relaxingly took a drink. It is too boring to just flatter each out during the banquet, an elder suggested. Why don't we discuss how to take care of the Guru tribe? We gave them too many special treatments, the inferior people have been complaining. It's okay, just arrest the people complaining in public. But this is not a long-term strategy. why doesn't Emperor use this opportunity to take back some of the rights given? An elder carefully observed the Emperor's expression and suggested. No. Federation is currently eyeing our territory with the NAC in the distance. In this critical moment, we must unite the mutated humans, and cannibals. After several drinks, the atmosphere lightened and the elders all expressed their perspective. But the Emperor was not pleased with the elders' argument, so he said. My elders, please don't be bothered. Today, let's enjoy the night and not talk about state affairs. Everyone eat, drink, and don't leave the table full of delicacies and drinks untouched. Huh, Emperor, you're right. Right. Everyone drink and eat. A few elders helped alleviate the situation and held up their cups. When the Emperor was a bit tipsy, a soldier ran into the banquet. Greetings, Emperor, there is an emergency I must report. The soldier kneeled down and shouted. The Emperor raised his eyebrows but still controlled his mood. Then he said, report now. Emperor, the NAC just declared war. Declared war? Is that it? I know, get out now. The Emperor dismissed him and said in annoyance. He already expected a war between NAC and Guru tribe, and the information from the spy already confirmed his guess. But the soldier was not to be blamed, such the tactful strategy of borrowing a knife to kill was not something they could guess. The soldier was still hesitant without getting up from the ground. Why are you still here? Do you want the Emperor to give you a piece of meat? The elder at the end of the table mocked the soldier. He had the lowest status on the table and his ranking was not high either. He enjoyed making fun of people below him. He used chopsticks and threw a piece of half-eaten chicken leg onto the ground. The banquet table burst out laughing. Seeing his superiors were happy, that elder looked proud too. The red drunken face was chuckling and looked comical. The soldier kneeling on the ground didn't mind the laughter. He gritted his teeth and continued to report, Emperor, NAC's declaration of war is targeted not only on the Guru tribe but the entire empire. The laughter abruptly stopped, the laughter on the face of the elder sitting at the end also froze. Bang, the cup dropped to the ground and broke the silence. The Emperor stood up fiercely and stared at the soldier on the ground. Cold sweat instantly took away all the drunkenness and with shakiness in his voice, he stated, What did you say? NAC declared war on Empire. The banquet erupted in noise. No way. How could they declare war on both Guru tribe and Empire? Too arrogant. They only have 1,000 people, their supply line is 600 kilometers long. Fight! Fight! We have to teach the uneducated a lesson, how dare they? The old elder's eyes widened as he said with fury. But that airship. Some elders were indecisive. Funny, the massive empire is afraid of one airship. With just 1,000 in force, we only need to use a division force to easily wipe them out. What about Federation? What if they launch a sneak attack against us? The banquet was a mess. The Emperor's face was blank while his mouth closed shut without any redness. Oh. At the same time, in NAC's military outpost. The Fireball 1 launch vehicles transported by the blimp were ready. The construction robots moved the bundles of missiles beside the launch vehicle with soldiers completing the loading. NAC's soldiers formed organized square formations in the front of the outpost waiting for their command. The shining kinetic skeleton cast a daunting vibe while the survivors in the market witnessed all this in a state of shock. The deafening roar came from the distance, the Aurora, when he just completed its mission and changed into vertical landing mode, landing on the top of the airship. Standing on the watchtower, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed while observing his force. Beside him, Wang Xiaowu replied concisely. All FEV virus productions on the ground are destroyed. Any underground units? Fallout Shelter 010, the origin of Guru tribe. Wang Xiaowu replied. Depth? 1,000 meters. Jiang Chen nodded. Most of the mutated humans on the wasteland could not reproduce, and the FEV virus culture was their eggs. As long as they destroyed them, delete the production data for the virus, they killed the root of the mutated humans. If the Emperor of Empire thought Jiang Chen just wanted to teach the unintelligent guru tribe a lesson, then he is completely wrong. To the enemy, NAC abides by one principle. Wipe them from the surface of the earth. It was an old clinic that sat at the corner of the arena, the ghetto known for its dirtiness and chaos. When Zhao Baodong walked into the ghetto, he clearly sensed the atmosphere was drastically different compared to other parts of the arena. People were dressed poorly and had old, broken shirts and trousers hanging on drying lines above the alley, which made the sunlightless alley appear even darker. Along the way, he put his hand in his right pocket and held onto the pistol. He could sense the unfriendly and even malicious looks from the refugees nearby. It felt like they were thieves assessing their prey. Clearly, this was the land of outlaws. Compared to 6th Street, this place was sh*t, Zhao Baodong cursed in his mind while stepping into the clinic. A robot was taking reservations at the door. While he was interested in the robot's design, after hesitating for a moment, he resisted the urge to touch it. Number 10, please wait in the waiting area. A sharp electronic screeching noise came from below the metallic exterior, followed by the sound of paper being ripped. A slip of paper with a number popped out from the robot's mouth. Zhao Baodong took the paper and scanned the clinic before he walked to the waiting area and sat on a long bench. There were quite a few people in the waiting area, with the majority of them looking poor. Empire had a lot of people, it also had a lot of poor people. Dr. Sun's clinic charged low fees, so the clients were mostly poor or stingy lone travelers. Because of this, the clinic had a great reputation in the ghetto of the capital. It didn't take Zhao Baodong too much effort to find the place. With this opportunity, he examined the customers in the clinic. There were humans, mutated humans, and odd people covered in capes refusing to show their faces. The green-skinned giant in front took up 2 seats. He crossed his arms while waiting in frustration. His amber-colored eyes resembled a deathclaw, but he wasn't as visibly vicious as a deathclaw. The mutated human noticed Zhao Baodong's gaze and stared back at him. Zhao Baodong looked away. In Empire, anyone disrespectful to mutated humans would be at risk of getting punished. They referred to this as equality, although everyone, including most of their own, considered it absurd. There was no need to create a scene here, and the mutated humans wouldn't be around much longer. With that thought in his head, he turned his gaze to the clock. Number 10. Finally, he heard his name from inside the room. Zhao Baodong stood up and headed to the room. When he saw Director Sun, he was shocked. Just as the information described him, the doctor working in this clinic for 10 years still looked 20 years old. What's the problem? Without looking up, Dr. Sun spun his pen and asked. Addicted to jet. Arm. Zhao Baodong obediently extended his arm while he scanned the room. No need to look, there's nothing expensive here, Dr. Sun said without looking up. Zhao Baodong was shocked that the doctor noticed his gaze without looking up. You're mistaken. I'm not here to steal. Zhao Baodong laughed awkwardly. Dr. Sun's hand holding a detector stopped. His finally lifted his buried head, and his apathetic eyes looked at Zhao Baodong. Is that so? I'd hope you're here to steal and not here with some other purpose. Zhao Baodong didn't respond. He pointed the detector at his pulse before stats came up on the screen. Jet addiction is recent. Yes. You don't have to purposely get high to see me. Medicine is scarce in the wasteland. Even if your employer is rich, it's shameful to waste. Dr. Sun tossed his notebook to the side. Now, explain your intentions. Zhao Baodong sighed reluctantly, knowing his cover was blown. Aren't you going to prescribe medicine for me first? A jet stopper was thrown into his lap. Zhao Baodong flipped over to see the price tag, and his eyebrows twitched. 200 crystals. This guy prescribed him the most expensive medicine. Speak your mind, the doctor said expressionlessly. With someone's request, I was hoping you could accompany me to a place. Zhao Baodong did his best to make his wording sound less suspicious, but in the end, he realized that regardless of how he said it, it was no different from declaring a kidnapping. What if I said no? Zhao Baodong cautiously scanned the door. Seeing as there was no one eavesdropping, Zhao Baodong said, "This is for your benefit. Believe it or not, this place is about to be gone soon." Dr. Sun was silent for a long time before he then asked, "Then tell me why your employer wants to see me." "Our leader suspects you're a digitalized human. Of course, this doesn't mean we're malicious. We just want to confirm your program." Before Zhao Baodong could finish, Dr. Sun burst out laughing. Zhao Baodong shrugged. He didn't mind a disrespectful laugh, but he just looked at the doctor in search of an answer. Go. Or not go. Is that what your leader told you? Huh, not bad, a digitalized human is a good way to disguise. Please don't continue, Zhao Baodong immediately said. Afraid you'll find out too much. Sun Yi glanced at the anxious visitor with a grin. His unaged face had the maturity belonging only to elders. That's right. Zhao Baodong was honest. If Jiang Chen hadn't told him the specifics, that meant Jiang Chen knew his identity. If Zhao Baodong learned about something he shouldn't have, it might not necessarily be beneficial for a small character like him. Dr. Sun didn't make it difficult for him. He only shook his head and paused for a moment before he slowly said, "I could go with you." Zhao Baodong was relieved. Then please. But the time is not now. Zhao Baodong's expression froze, and words came out with difficulty. Why? It was hard to take a person out of the capital by force. Although this was the ghetto, the outlaw land of the capital, the district outside the capital was patrolled by guards. Even if he was a great fighter, it wouldn't be easy to take someone out of the heavily guarded city. In the past 10 years, I've saved a lot of people. Out of everyone, 9 of them suffered gun wounds, Dr. Sun said calmly. To be honest, regarding your leader, or the treasure pursued by all people with power, I've completed my research. My previous plan was to make the secret public so everyone could share the wealth exchanged by the blood of the minority. The wasteland could quickly regain its population from before the war, and with the efforts of humanity, the wasteland would be more prosperous, more united, and more pleasant than before the war. We'd work together to create a desirable future. But when I woke up and walked out of the abandoned fallout shelter, I suddenly changed my mind. It wasn't because of the despairing barrenness, but something more depressing. Zhao Baodong was curious what his secret was, but his dry throat couldn't make any sounds. You plan to attack this place, right? Dr. Sun looked at Zhao Baodong expressionlessly. Then let me see. Destroying a city that provides protection for tens of thousands of people, is your leader worthy of the secret in my hands? If not, I'm prepared to take the secret in my grave. The battle ensued. Outside the military outpost, white smoke drifted up at the missile launch grounds. Accompanied by blinding flames, missiles soared into the air, one by one. Target hit. Covered Unit 14, kill confirmed. Adjusting coordinates, 1:14:23. Smoke covered, over. Roger, number 3 cannon fire. Inside the control room, the hologram map collected by Aurora 20 reflected real-time battle information to Jiang Chen. The leading force of the mutated humans arrived 5 kilometers away from the water treatment plant, but under the barrage of missiles by the NAC and the attack of kinetic skeleton soldiers, they were completely wrecked. But the mutated humans naturally didn't understand fear. NAC's airstrikes on the FEV virus production bases clearly infuriated the mutated humans. Guru Tribe mobilized a division of forces totaling 5,000 people equipped with artillery, trucks with anti-air cannons, and modified pickup trucks equipped with armor and machine guns. They mobilized to the NAC outpost. The leading force included the strongest warriors of Guru tribe. This included lead mutated humans with power hammers, machine gunners wielding steel armors, and mutated dogs strapped with nuclear grenades. But the complete elimination of the leading force brought the commander of the mutated humans some clarity. He didn't order the troops to just swarm the target, but instead, he ordered them to scatter based on the geography of the city. He sent out slaves and mutated humans to launch some fake attacks against the NAC outpost, but it was all inconsequential. For some reason, NAC didn't display its full power from the beginning, which gave the mutated humans commander the false impression that they were equally matched. But Empire didn't have this illusion. The unaltered brains of humans were clearly more intelligent than mutated humans. Empire also mobilized 2 divisions totaling 10,000, deployed around the rural area of Hucheng. It was half of Empire's forces. Such a massive military attack was the first in Hucheng. But compared to the brainless rush tactics used by the mutated humans, Empire's soldiers were more cautious and much more devious. They built defense structures along the borders of the rural area, used reinforced steel to fortify abandoned buildings, dug out trenches to separate the battlefield, and connected the buildings with tunnels underground. Needless to say, their tactics were extremely effective against heavy firepower, and it also suited the raiders' battle style of fighting independently. From the beginning, their stance was that they would defend their territory with their lives. Jiang Chen didn't mind Empire's actions. He didn't plan to use fire suppression against Empire. A Fireball 1 missile cost 100 credits, and based on the conversion rate of the 6th Street, it was around 500 crystals. With 2,000 rounds of missiles, it would be equivalent to scattering money, although it would make for nice fireworks. There was no need to burn money against Empire. To dismantle this skyscraper, they just needed to think of a strategy to attack the bottom of the skyscraper disdained by Empire. There was no need to fight to the death against this lousy crowd. Inside the bar at the capital, rare bottles of alcohol were arranged on the corroded table. 2 people sat across each other while downing the drinks. I think that increasing one's population to increase power is too rogue. The mercenary with a hat was drunk. He began to talk, and with purposeful probing by Zhao Baodong, he started to blurt out gibberish. It was his 7th day inside the capital. Zhao Baodong found the mercenary who led him through the door and said he would treat him to drinks. Alcohol was great. It could numb tense nerves. No one on the wasteland disliked it. On the table, Zhao Baodong successfully learned his name in addition to other information. He was Xiao Hu, a mercenary active between Hucheng and Wu City who mostly ran with the merchant fleets between 2 cities. He lived a poor, drunken life. While he could be witty, he was unintelligent in nature, which made him easy to manipulate. Oh. Zhao Baodong took a sip of the alcohol and looked at him with a grin. Your perspective is quite unique. Xiao Hu felt flattered. He laughed and said, the people here are weird. A lot of newbies who come here for the first time don't understand why mutated humans are willing to live peacefully with humans. Zhao Baodong had a brighter smile. Please explain. Then he waved his hand at the bartender to signal 2 more drinks. You realize that aside from poor hobos inside the ghetto, everyone's lives are okay. But people aren't happy. Of course, I'm referring to people who live here, not travelers who find fun everywhere. Xiao Hu's intoxicated face revealed a mysterious smile. He got closer to Zhao Baodong as he said, do you want to know why? Of course. Zhao Baodong grinned. They believe in a weird standard of equality. The minority receive more special treatment, and the majority receive less power, yet they refer to this as equality. Equality with the species being the unit. I'm surprised, is the emperor not human? He's the one cutting the cake, not making the cake. Xiao Hu burped. He took another swig without hiding anything. The emperor is selected from the elders, so do you expect him to eat the cake? Don't dream about it. Even if 2 walls of the arena collapse and mutated humans kill a few more humans, they'll continue to live lavish lives. I'm thankful for the NAC merchant fleets. Otherwise, we couldn't eat food even if we have the money. Discussing the emperor and elders in the public already drew the attention of the bartender and the people around them. A lot of people afraid of trouble had already left. Right now, a mutated human, who just finished hunting, was sitting at an empty table nearby and ordered cheap alcohol. Zhao Baodong, who sat across him, laughed and glanced nonchalantly at the dumb-looking mutated human. He shook his head. Let's not talk about the emperor. I want to listen to your opinion, on the species with special rights. I have no comment. Those bastards just eat and sleep every day and only know how to force slaves who are afraid to resist grow mutated fruits, they know nothing else. I heard that the FEV virus will turn people's head into a mess. They aren't to be blamed. And the elder from Guru tribe, who would worship a cancer patient with a tumor on his back as a god, a loud slap to the face interrupted him. Zhao Baodong, who was sitting across him, had already disappeared. The voice of Xiao Hu speaking gibberish to his bottle of alcohol had entered the ears of the mutated human. The giant named Andy stood up as he slapped the table, and he gave Xiao Hu's forehead a hard slap. With his back on the cold concrete ground, Xiao Hu instantly sobered up. He barely managed to support himself up from the ground as his bruised face was covered in fear. The elder was the elder of mutated humans, the god in every guru tribe. Even discussing him in public was viewed as disrespectful by the mutated humans. No, I was just drunk. Xiao Hu couldn't tend to his wounds as he crawled back onto the table while looking at the mutated human walking toward him. He hadn't brought a gun with him. Even if he did bring one, he wouldn't dare to shoot at a mutated human here. A mutated human beating him to death would be locked up at most. If he killed a mutated human, he would be enslaved by the mutated humans. It was even more terrifying than death. Andy smiled menacingly. He stepped out of the bar with his fist clenched toward the human on the ground. As everyone watched, the mutated human stepped onto the mercenary. He swung his fist and punched the mercenary in the face. Crack! Xiao Hu seemed to hear his nose bone cracking, but with his dazed head, he couldn't even scream. After a few punches, every punch landed directly, and the green fist was stained with blood. Stop hitting him. He's almost dead, someone whispered, but when met with the mutated human's vicious eyes, that person looked away. Anyone disrespectful to the elder is disrespectful to Guru tribe. Anyone disrespectful to Guru tribe must die. Andy bathed in the countless looks of hatred and fear while he sat on top of Xiao Hu. He laughed psychotically while he swung his powerful fists. Roar dash! The mutated humans cheered on the warrior. Perhaps they weren't really respectful of that elder, perhaps they just instinctively craved violence and killing. And the fear present in people's eyes promoted their extremism. The guard walked to Andy, but Andy was unafraid. Even if he killed the human here, he would at most spend a few days in prison without any prison guard daring to treat him unfairly. Maybe not long after, the leader of Guru tribe would negotiate with the officials of Empire to demand his release. His amber-colored pupils scanned the crowd, he triumphantly exposed his fangs with one word coming out of his ugly mouth: cowards. Until the miserable-looking mercenary stopped breathing, no one stopped his atrocious actions. But then his expression froze. His eyes met a gun hidden in the crowd. And the smile belonged to a human. Bang! The sound of a pistol broke through the noise of the market. There were deafening screams instantly. Someone was killed. Andy laid in a pool of blood. His widened eyes were written with disbelief. He couldn't believe he would die in Empire's capital. The guards looked around without a clue. They attempted to find the shooter, but it was futile in the massive crowd. The angry mutated humans shoved everyone, beating the innocent crowd while trying to find the murderer who fired the shot. Along with the mass of people, Zhao Baodong disappeared at the end of the market. The dead Andy would never know that his death was the tipping point to the collapse of this empire. And the same scene was happening in every corner of empire. Inside the palace, the emperor sat on his dragon chair and elders stood on both sides. In the middle was a mutated human covered in deathclaw fur. In mutated human society, only a clan leader of 10,000 could wear clothes made of deathclaw fur. My people are in a bloodbath against NAC invaders in the front lines. And you cowards, are curled up behind the bunker. Is this the glory you referred to? This rude roar made the tiles of the palace shake. The emperor on the dragon chairs had a grave face, but he couldn't say a single aggressive word against the discourteous green-skinned man. The prosperity of empire required the support of mutated humans. When he considered the bigger picture, he couldn't break ties with Guru tribe. The emperor hid his anger behind his black pupils. I'll order the frontline forces to accelerate the attack against NAC. No need. The mutated human 10,000 clan leader swung his hand and glanced the emperor and guards with contempt. Just let your cowards continue to hide behind the bunkers. Useless people should stay where they belong, the battlefield belongs to warriors. Our people will tear apart the people who dare to offend Guru tribe. But the 10,000 clan leader's words took a sharp turn and he stared at the emperor directly in the eyes. He fiercely said, I want to ask you, regarding the unfair treatment received by the mutated humans, what's going on? Unfair? What the foo *k? How do you want this to be fairer? More special treatment? The emperor didn't say anything, but the guards by the pillar were almost furious. They had never seen a mutated human this shameless. I will order the soldiers to search for the murderers, the emperor said. The blood of 154 mutated humans needs to be washed by 154 criminals. The 10,000 clan leader gave a bloodthirsty laugh. I know, the emperor replied. I hope you know, or else I'll let you know. His amber pupils were as bloodthirsty as a death claw's. He looked at the emperor threateningly before he turned around and left with the mutated human soldiers surrounding him. When the green-skinned things left, the emperor smashed the table and cursed out. These monsters. They can't just bully us like this. The emperor and elders of empire were all raiders before, their thug nature was merely hidden by their glamorous clothes. Emperor, what should we do? An elder asked with a bitter smile. The soldiers couldn't even find one murderer, let alone 154 murderers. Those people clearly had a plan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have committed 154 murders in 3 days. It was a conspiracy against the friendship between empire and the mutated humans, anyone could easily see that. Aside from the simple-brained mutated humans. The emperor hadn't been this bothered by the intelligence of the bastards. A simple conspiracy could make them start a war against NAC, and the NAC could use tactics to force them to stand on the side opposing empire. A silent atmosphere lingered in the palace. At that moment, someone broke the silence. Emperor, I have a strategy. An elder walked up. The elders all looked at him with shock. This elder was the least respected among all the elders, and he always sat at the end of the banquet table. He normally didn't have the opportunity to speak during meetings, but now, since no one had any good ideas, no one spoke against him. The emperor thought for a moment with his head lowered before he finally remembered the name of this elder. He slowly said. Chen Lin, go ahead. Chen Lin walked up 2 stairs and smiled with a grimace. He suggested to the emperor, the mutated humans believe their rights were violated, so we could just comfort them like usual. But what could we give them? The emperor asked, frustrated. Only 154 heads. Since they need the murderers, we'll just hand them over. With ferocity in his voice, Chen Lin looked directly at the emperor. The emperor raised his eyebrows, not understanding what Chen Lin meant. But then he caught on and instantly understood the deeper meaning. Since mutated humans' brains couldn't distinguish the murderers. Then were they just going to kill a few random people and use their heads to comfort them? Where would we find 154 people? The Emperor's fingers tapped the armrest of the dragon chair as he muttered to himself. With a grimace, the elder walked beside the Emperor and whispered into his ear. There are 10,000 slaves working in Donggang Plantation. 154 missing slaves is nothing at all. How long will this war last? Standing on top of the wall, Sun Xiaoro dangled her legs while picking up binoculars to observe the horizon in the distance. In the distance, the sun was sliding west. NAC unleashed 1,000 combustion missiles on the mutated human zone of control and suppressed them within the city. Based on the casualty reports from Aurora 20's reconnaissance, the mutated humans' 5,000 division lost about a third of its troops with all armored units destroyed. But NAC still hadn't served the final blow. They maintained the illusion that they were fairly matched. Before the arrival of the signal of Empire's collapse, NAC needed the mutated humans to maintain their arrogance. Next to Sun Xiaoro, Jiang Chen carefully observed the side of her face. Sometimes, he thought she was extremely similar to her sister. Jiang Chen then shifted his gaze to the distance. It depends how well the Hunter Division is doing. Han Junhua stepped onto the wall and walked behind him. The 10,000 slaves in Donggang Plantation are uprising. When he heard his long-awaited message, a victorious smile surfaced on his face. With the Hunter Division's purposeful provocation, the tension between Empire citizens and officials was pushed to its maximum. And the foolish idea of sacrificing slaves was suggested by an elder bribed by Zhao Baodong. When this news spread out between the slaves, even the numbest people couldn't suppress the fury in the bottoms of their hearts. They just needed a person to lead and a person to give them a few guns before they would naturally choose the option to riot. NAC didn't need to send out a single troop. Good. In this case, we should start moving. Yes. Han Junhua nodded and turned around. Sun Xiaoro stood up from the edge of the wall, patted the dust off her hand and looked at Jiang Chen. Finally going to start fighting? With a smile, Jiang Chen raised his head and gazed at the steel airship. Aha, time to display our true power. In the lingering sunset glow, this was the first time the hammer of order was stained with a menacing vibe. Just like the signal produced from a conductor's baton, the prelude to the fall of Empire was about to begin. No humans wanted to die. Slaves were no exception. Donggang was inhabited before. Shortly after the building of the wall, it became a plantation for mutated fruits. Later on, it became a plantation worked on by slaves. There were criminals, people captured by raiders, poor people, or people purely in debt working there. They could withstand the plantation work, and they could withstand supervisors cursing and hitting them as long as they weren't slaves of mutated humans. Once they worked their time, they could obtain their freedom and become free. But recently, a rumor spread among the slaves. Mutated humans were being murdered in Empire. Empire planned to use the heads of slaves to calm the anger of mutated humans. No one believed this at first since it was completely absurd. While they were the slaves of Empire, they were still citizens of Empire. Empire had the right to exploit them, but it had no right to take their lives away. That was their boundary, the only boundary they had since being exploited. But one night, some people came from the capital with the plan of taking away 154 slaves. Needless to say, the people executing the orders didn't have a brain. Everyone in the territory knew of the rumors everywhere concerning violence against the 154 mutated humans. Combined with the rumor from before, the intention of taking away 154 slaves now was obvious. The plantation workers were completely enraged. No one wanted to die because of this absurd reason. Therefore, the glorious uprising started. The supervisors and guards had guns while the slaves only had hoes and shovels, but that was fine. This was the apocalypse. The insurgents were divided into two groups, One group blew up the wall of the plantation, and another group used hose and shovels to ambush the patrol route. Survivors on the wasteland learned how horrific zombies could be at night. Even Death Claws had to fear the zombies, they would chew away any living creature. When the zombies broke through the wall, the group paid a price of 10 lives to break through the guards' chests. They picked up their guns and attacked the armory according to plan. The plantation was in complete chaos. The guards rushed to the collapsed wall and used barbed wire to create a line of defense. They used rifles to kill the zombies swarming inside the plantation. Inside this chaotic environment, no one noticed the patrolling guards being killed, and no one noticed the slaves with guns breaking into the armory. The mobilized slaves flooded the armory. They went from bare-handed rioters to fully equipped insurgents and began attacking the Empire army. The hundreds of guards and supervisors were just a boat in the middle of a hurricane in the face of the anger of 10,000 slaves. They were quickly flooded by bullets from the insurgents and the claws of zombies. After a bloodbath and paying a price of 500 lives, the insurgents used barbed wires and trucks to block the hole in the wall and cleared out the zombies that invaded the plantation. 431 heads were cut off, including the official sent from Empire. The flag of Empire was burnt and converted into the survivors' own flag. Just like a spark, the riot at Donggang Plantation ignited the flame of separation. Below the steel airship, the electromagnetic cannon named the Hammer of Order lowered slightly and aimed directly at the mutated human's zone of control. Suddenly, blue electric arcs jumped between the tracks. Like a bright light, it illuminated the darkness. The mutated humans inside the bunkers gazed at the unnatural light source with confusion. At the same time, the NAC soldiers hidden in the bunkers silently reloaded their clips and opened tactical images on their helmets. Firing coordinate is adjusted. Capacitor is charged. Bomb loaded. Fire. Following Captain Jiang Chen's orders, the gunner opened the safety and pressed the red button. Buzz, like the vibration of a cicada's wings, the screeching, buzzing sound was clear even inside the airship. Water molecules were electrolyzed and oxygen was ozonized. There were ripples in the air close to the electromagnetic pulse cannon accompanying the electric blue arcs. In the mutated human's eyes, the blinding blue light instantly turned the night sky into bright daylight, and a trail of orange light instantly flashed out. Boom dash, the 100-kilogram bomb smashed into the ground. Just like a bullet hitting jelly, the empty shell popped out onto the soil and threw everything on the ground into the air. Sand and soil covered the area. Broken shrapnel and stone shards blew by like a hurricane and shredded everything in the eye of the storm, then buried the world. When the dust scattered, the bloodthirstiness in the pupils of the mutated humans faded, and only deep fear remained as they watched the massive crater in the middle of their zone of control. What is that? Why didn't the NAC use this before? Only two questions circled in the mutated human soldiers, but before they could react to this outcome, a hailstorm of missiles dropped down. The combustion materials danced in the air and submerged everything it touched into a fiery sea. The extent of the fire was far greater and violent compared to previous times. The mutated humans began to retreat, but it was too late. The fire stopped, and the NAC soldiers charged. With the assistance of Aurora 20 airstrikes, they started to reap the lives of the mutated humans. The force of 5,000 people collapsed in less than half an hour of battle. The mutated humans escaped to the city and jumped into the river. The scene was tragic. At the same time, the pursuing force happened to encounter the mutated humans' 2nd Division, and an intense crossfire took place in the forested area. Every 10 minutes, a 100-kilogram bomb rained down on the mutated humans. In response to the terrifying heaven cannon and barrage of missiles, the mutated humans had to scatter. But once they scattered, their numerical advantage instantly disappeared. Faced with soldiers in kinetic skeletons, the mutated humans with just magazine clips and fur on their bodies were destined to face a one-sided slaughter. Kill them all. That was the only order given to the NAC soldiers. There was no mercy for the bloodthirsty mutated humans. NAC didn't need mutated human captives nor people to capture mutated humans, so there was no reason to accept a surrender. When the first light shone from the horizon and scattered the ray of dawn, the blood in the soil was the first to be lit up. It extended from the shambles of the water treatment plant, extending all the way to the west of Panyang Lake. While NAC was launching a full-scale attack against Guru tribe, Empire's commander at the front lines realized their opportunity might have come. The hailstorm of missiles was dominating, but they couldn't have an infinite supply. Since NAC had 1,000 soldiers, their shortage in numbers meant they couldn't fight on both lines. But at the critical point of fending off an external enemy, there was a servant coup taking place in Empire. Aside from the arena in the capital, almost all territories lit up with uprising smoke. The Donggang plantation had the largest uprising. The slaves not only occupied the armory and executed the supervisors of the plantation, but they also hung heads up on the walls. At the same time, Federation pushed their mechanized division next to Gang River, eager to move against Empire on the brink of collapse. The two sides had fought in the open and in the dark for many years. This was Empire's most tumultuous period in 20 years, so their arch-enemy naturally wouldn't let go of this heaven-sent opportunity. They had been drooling over Empire's vast territory and massive population. If they could annex Empire's land, including the territory east of Gang River, into its borders, Federation would indeed become the most powerful force in the province. Faced with external and internal threats, the elders immediately ordered a retreat. The two Empire divisions had to give up on the perfect opportunity to attack the NAC outpost. With their backs against their mutated human allies who suffered an excruciating defeat, they had to retreat from the defense bunkers they just built. July 1st marked over half a month since the NAC soldiers set foot in Hucheng. They used the cover of the night to fly their flag of order over Guru tribe's land. With the assistance of missiles, NAC's forces broke through Guru tribe's line of defense. In the final moment of battle, their reserves of missiles and bombs were all exhausted, but they were okay without any support. Their victory was already certain. With a population of 80,000 mutated humans, over 50,000 died under missile fire. The remainder died, escaped, or fell under the airstrike of Aurora, 20. The 10,000 clan leader died. When he rushed out from the shadows swinging his power hammer, he wanted to vent his anger through brute force. But he didn't manage to kill anyone. His head was cut off by Jiang Chen's private force captain, Li Wang, with a dagger. Guru tribe's elder took his confidants and supplies to escape into the fallout shelter. They locked the door. Jiang Chen's orders on the mutated humans acting like turtles were concise. Bury them. Jiang Chen wasn't interested in the FEV virus anyways. It made no difference whether it was buried or destroyed. With the size of the mutated humans, they couldn't remain in the hibernation chamber. Even if the fridges of the fallout shelter were stuffed with food, it would last them 10 years at most. When their food became depleted, there could only be two endings. Starve to death. Or death through internal conflict. Regardless of the ending, only despair and death awaited them. That was the punishment for the atrocities they committed under the tolerance of Empire. Soldiers in power armor threw the mini-nukes they confiscated from Guru tribe into the end of the tunnel underground. Then Jiang Chen pressed the detonate button. The high temperature even melted the surface of the fallout shelter. A scorching light erupted from the ground like an active volcano and brought burning radiation dust to the surface. The explosion shook the ground. Even the capital, tens of kilometers from Panyang Lake, could sense the tremor. The 1,000-meter tunnel collapsed and buried the fallout shelter stored with FEV virus data underground eternally. With the cheers of the slaves, NAC soldiers took control of mutated human territory. 20,000 slaves were all freed, and Guru tribe was renamed Golden River Farm and categorized as an NAC economic zone in Hucheng. All citizens could join NAC at their will, record their information to obtain an identity card, receive nutrient supply aid, and wait for the next arrangements. To ease the process, under Jiang Chen's directions, Wang Xiaowu selected 500 reserves from the villages beside the water treatment plant who joined NAC from the beginning. A small amount of leadership from 3rd Division soldiers was provided to maintain the order of the farm while nutrient supply was distributed. The raw ingredients for nutrient supply were all available, and the mutated humans' warehouses were filled with mutated fruit, so Jiang Chen didn't feel any pain in consuming 20,000 nutrient supplies per day. Some of the land already planted with mutated fruit trees were divided among the slaves. While these freed slaves were still planting mutated fruit, free citizens with property worked much harder. They worked for mutated humans before, but now, they worked for next month's food. The tent of Guru Tribe Elder was bulldozed, and NAC's construction robots rebuilt a concrete command post at the same spot. Jiang Chen was inside the command post discussing next steps with Han Junhua. Empire's 1st Division is currently in a stalemate on the Gang River Bridge against Federation. From the position of the cannons, it is highly likely it will escalate into a military conflict. Picking the fruit while we're working on Empire? Federation has a good plan. Aside from a standoff, did they do anything else? Jiang Chen didn't seem worried and laughed instead. No. Han Junhua shook her head. They should be waiting for us to finish resting. While we demolish Empire's land forces, they'll cut the meat behind their backs. Han Junhua nodded. Her calm eyes cast a rational light. That's right. So your suggestion is? If General is planning to include Federation in NAC's territory, how much meat they cut from Empire doesn't really affect us. Makes sense. A smile surfaced on Jiang Chen's face, then he changed the topic. What are the movements of the other 3 divisions? Empire's 3rd Division retreated to the capital for defense, while Empire's 4th Division is contracting its line of defense. They're clearing out local insurgents. Empire's 2nd Division moved to Donggang Plantation and surrounded the local insurgents with cannons and mortars. But due to the frequent activity of zombies and mutants nearby and lack of ammunition, the defense still remains intact while the attack caused sizable casualties to the insurgents. The local insurgents requested assistance from us through radio. Jiang Chen only contemplated for 2 seconds before he strategized the attack. Respond to their request for assistance. Send Aurora 20 to strike Empire's 2nd Division. Before the next batch of supplies arrives, we still need them to waste some more time. Yes. NAC's declaration of war against Empire caused an earthquake in Hucheng. But a more destructive earthquake occurred in the 6th Street hundreds of kilometers away. The morning of the 3rd day, when the day just broke, the 6th Street Bank was crowded with a massive group of people. Compared to the survivors in ragged clothes in Hucheng, these people's hairstyle and fashion was much more glamorous. Their faces were also filled with excitement and joy. 8 in the morning, the bell of the hour rang from the bell tower. The instant the sign changed from 2, the crowd began to move. Fu *K. Don't push me, are you rushing to reincarnate? Why are you pushing? People in the front can't even walk. Don't cut the line. Fu *K, where's your courtesy? The guards already prepared yellow lines to separate the crowds into lines to maintain order. Because of the existence of newspapers, they received the success from the front line at the earliest time. While at the same time, multiple newspapers of the NAC all had the same headline. Jiang Chen's iron seal was printed along with the headline. Underneath the headline, the 6th Street Bank analyst assessed Hucheng population as well as the most critical investment value. With the backup of the military government, the rating was of course A+. It wasn't because Jiang Chen was trying to fool the 6th Street investors, because Hang City's Merchant Alliance also gave a similar rating of A. Compared to the coastal area of Wanghai, the population and radiation level of the soil were both higher than inland. Only the military government-controlled Xinxiang town's soil quality was better. Therefore, the plantations in NAC territory had relatively poor performance. With the increase in population, including the 6th Street, all the Wanhai survivors consumed an astronomical amount of nutrient supply. Since not everyone could afford to eat actual food each meal, most of the people's consumption consisted of the disgusting nutrient supply. But with the average spending of the population also rising, most of the people could afford nutrient supply above B grade. And the ingredient of the B grade nutrient supply was the basic produce of the wasteland, mutated fruit. The mutant pasture recently popularized in NAC also required consumption of a large number of mutated fruits as the feed for long-haired pig. Not only mutated fruits, carm tree sap, bullet shell grains, and other ingredients also had high demands in the 6th Street. Therefore, all the investors acutely captured two keywords from the newspaper: labor and land. With those two things, whether it was mutated fruit or carm tree sap, the demand could be satisfied. And because of this, the investors were eager to take out the cash from their pockets and rush to foot the bill of the war. It was the same as the last time when the war bond was sold. Chu Nan sat at the spot by the window while eating buns, drinking soy milk, and reading through the newspaper on the table. Zhao Chenwu sat across him. The council member that slashed the boss of Zhao Corporation woke up early every morning to not miss the breakfast at the council building cafeteria. War is always the catalyst for the economy. Chu Nan stuffed the bun into his mouth while glancing at the jam-packed group of people outside with a grin. I cannot agree more. Zhao Chenwu nodded. The bank sat beside the council building, and the line extended from the door of the bank all the way to the square in front of the council building. The people swinging their bills had higher morale for the war than the soldiers unleashing bullets in the bunkers 600 kilometers away. The war against Guru tribe consumed around 1 million in credits for the cost of bullets, missiles, bombs, and other supplies. But the war was only for 2 days before more than half of the 1 million credits were recovered. No, they even made some money. With the money from the investors, NAC could send more orders to the military factories. At the same time, the investors spending money in Huqing will invest more credits there to build farms, construct factories on NAC's colony, and bring more prosperity to NAC. When Chu Nan thought about this, the usually calm Chu Nan was particularly delighted. Zhao Chenwu, on the other hand, was more collected. It was not because he had an indifferent attitude, it was because he laughed enough last night. The bigger companies with a positive relationship with NAC didn't need to be like the investors outside, lining up at the bank door. They had special, VIP windows, to purchase a large amount of land. Although Zhao Corporation mostly focused on the food business, they maintained a segment of their business in nutrient supply. With 1,000 acre of high-quality soil in Golden River Farm, when he finished calling Jiang Chen yesterday, he almost fell down from his chair due to happiness. But despite being happy, in order to best develop the farm 600 kilometers outside, he still had urgent matters to discuss with Chu Nan. Speaking of which, the airship is indeed great. Zhao Chenwu exclaimed while looking at the people outside, if the airship can be used in commercial transportation, we will no longer need to engage in crossfire with the raiders along the way. When Chu Nan heard Zhao Chenwu's words, he found it comical. He had worked with this guy for quite a period of time and he knew exactly what he was thinking. Although the old fox's eyes were looking out the window, his attention was on him. Okay, you know it is pretty hard to obtain helium. Before we can meet the military demand, we don't have plans to open the production for a private airship. Zhao Chenwu looked awkward having been caught red-handed by Chu Nan. He chuckled and continued to ask without shame. What about hydrogen? Without helium, we can use hydrogen as a replacement. Since we are floating above the clouds, the probability of an accident is low. It should be okay if I order a few hydrogen airships. While a hydrogen airship was more dangerous, from a cost perspective, transporting by air costed much less than transporting by land. As long as the accident rate was controlled below 1%, even with a few accidents, it was a profitable situation. You're not afraid of death, eh? Chu Nan glanced at him, are you sure it is safer to float in the air? The raiders even dared to shoot the NAC blimps. They won't let you go free either. Don't worry, we'll bear any loss. Zhao Qianwu used a negotiating tone. That's enough, there is nothing to discuss here. Chu Nan dismissed the idea before putting the last bun in his mouth, but if we do have that plan, we'll notify you immediately. With Chu Nan's firm stance, Zhao Qianwu had no other choice. Please and thank you. An airship was indeed great. When they saw NAC's steel airship and the supply blimp sending ammunition 600 kilometers away, all the merchants traveling at the 6th Street acutely observed this point. Due to the 600 kilometers distance to transport from Huqing to Wanghai, the raiders or mutants along the way would usually cause sizable damage to the merchant fleets. Based on the road condition of the wasteland, anything sold in Wanghai from Huqing would cost at least double. But with the existence of an airship, the situation would drastically be different. Some merchants even considered ordering a few private airships from the 6th Street military factory. While they didn't have the money for the steel version, the normal blimp version would be fine. But the only obstacle was helium. Because of the nuclear fusion power station, helium was abundant before the war. But today after the war, obtaining helium was as difficult as ascending into the air. Without helium and the hydrogen blimp being too dangerous, they had to put a hold on the idea for now. In NAC, helium was a strategic resource. Fortunately, UA in the modern world was dumping helium to the market. As the strategic reverse for blimps, UA's helium strategic reserve built in 1925 consisted of 30% of the world's helium reserve. But followed by the blimp making an exit from military operations, the reserve cost a large maintenance bill per year. Therefore, the Congress made the decision to sell all the helium 15 years ago. And this decision made helium in the global market extremely cheap with price 20 times below its actual value. And because of this, Jiang Chen could obtain large amounts of helium to aid the production in the apocalypse. But if the production of commercial blimps was made available, the liquid helium he brought from the modern world would not be enough. There were approximately 500 merchant fleets that conducted trade across long distances at the 6th Street. If they were to maintain 500 blimps, the helium consumed per day would be enough to build another airship. Before the helium production could be resolved, Jiang Chen had no plan to make the helium reserve available. After discussion with Chu Nan, NAC decided to establish 2 air transportation cargoes between Wanghai and Huqing with 2 new 300 tons large blimps. This route would be a supplement to the land trade route to provide transportation service for the larger companies. The blimps would also provide direct transportation to the survivors traveling between the 2 locations with a cost. 5 days passed since Guru tribe ceased to exist. Empire and Federation maintained their stalemate across the river. Donggang plantation insurgents desperately tried to hold their ground with the siege of Empire's army. With NAC's arrival, the entire Huqing turned into a mess. Contrary to Empire's chaotic state, NAC-controlled territory was pleasant. Golden River Farm resumed its production with the slaves of mutated humans turned into the owner of the land and began building houses in NAC's designated area. Inside the farm, businessmen in suits could be occasionally seen accompanied by a few mercenaries. They were mostly investors of the 6th Street and luckily purchased land from the bank. The moment they obtained their land permit, the merchants all hopped on to the newly opened airship route and headed to Huqing 600 kilometers away. Brought along with them were concrete, steel, graphene pipelines, and other construction materials. The walls of Golden River Farm were reinforced and a small market sprouted from the ground. The seed of order was planted. It wouldn't take long before prosperity began to germinate. While Golden River Farm was undergoing its rebuilding phase, Empire under tremendous stress finally sent an ambassador out to Jiang Chen, expressing their desire for freedom. However, Jiang Chen with an advantage would not agree. Get your emperor to see me, perhaps I will let him keep his palace and let him continue to be the emperor of that arena. Or else, tell him to pray. This was what Jiang Chen told the ambassador who was kneeling on the ground. If the emperor recognized the situation and willingly joined under NAC's banner, it was not a big deal for him to continue to be the emperor. Although he would not receive the treatment of being above all, he could easily live the rest of his life in peace and comfort. Unfortunately, the elders and the emperor were enraged by NAC general's arrogant attitude. These rats, how dare they? Smashing his cup on the ground, the emperor cursed out. Emperor, please remain calm. As long as we mobilize the army of Empire, we will definitely be able to defeat the external bandits. That NAC general is way too arrogant. Does he really think Empire doesn't have people? But Federation's army is still across the river. People who understood reminded in a feeble voice. With these words, the enraged elders instantly deflated and couldn't say a word more. That's right. The threat Empire faced not only came from the east, but it also came from Federation, west of Gang River. With the loss of Guru tribe, Empire was already at a disadvantage against Federation, now they faced the threat of the NAC. The petrifying firepower advantage was hard for anyone to gain the courage to resist. Emperor on the dragon chair was silent while he watched the elders gravely. These useless things were witty when discussing how to spend the money in the treasury, they all had a flawless accounting book, and they were all peerless when it came to conspiracy. But in this critical moment, they couldn't be lousier. Speaking of which, where did Chen Lin go? An elder suddenly spoke up. The palace suddenly became rowdy again. That's right. Where did that fool go? Why didn't we see him? Capture him. If it were not for that dumb *s idea, our two divisions should be fighting against NAC at the front line rather than being forced to Donggang Plantation. Right. Without being about to think of a solution to solve the difficult problem at hand, the elders put their attention into finding the scapegoat. Even if it served no purpose in resurrecting Empire from the losing situation, it was the only thing they could do and can do. When the emperor heard the words of the elders, he began to realize what they said is true. If it were not for Chen Lin's recommendation to use the slaves to comfort Guru tribe, how would the situation evolve to this state? He didn't come today because he realized his crime. Emperor looked at the guard beside him with a gloomy expression. My order. Arrest Elder Chen Lin, and demote his wife and daughter to slaves. Yes. The guard nodded and walked away. Just then, a familiar voice came from the door. No need for the trouble, I'm here. Elder Chen stood tall at the door. Beside him was a figure familiar to everyone at the scene, commander of Empire's 3rd Division, Wei Biao. The atmosphere in the palace cooled to freezing point. The instant Chen Lin's big belly appeared at the door, disbelief froze on all the elders' faces. Wei Biao. What are you doing here? The emperor frowned and asked with a cold voice. Emperor, you still don't understand? I thought Emperor is smarter than this. Chen Lin's pair of small eyes glanced over the elders and finally stopped on the emperor's face. How many years has it been? He was excluded from the center of power in Empire. No matter how many terms, the abducted crown was far away from his grasp. But today, the influential elders all looked at him with fear. Emperor stared right into Wei Biao's eyes and ordered, arrest him. The commander previously loyal to Empire didn't move. His reaction validated the emperor's suspicion. 3rd Empire stationed in the capital committed treason. The brave division was the proudness of Empire before, but the emperor never would have thought that the commander he personally appointed would stand here. The emperor's throat felt dry, but he still squeezed out a word. Why? We can't win. Wei Biao's response was brief. As a previous pack soldier, his grasp on the battle was more superior than anyone in the palace. When he saw the missile hailstorm, he realized that it was an uneven war from the start. The only chance of winning was to launch an attack against NAC's outpost when NAC was unleashing its firepower on Guru tribe. But the smokes of the uprising sealed the fate of Empire. The slaves at Donggang Plantation became insurgents to force the two divisions at the front line to retreat. Federation took the opportunity to line troops west of Gang River to hinder the movement of Empire's 1st Division. Empire lost the opportunity to attack the NAC outpost. When NAC's missiles were resupplied and the bomb in the electromagnetic pulse cannon was reloaded, NAC with an absolute firepower advantage meant that 3rd Division stationed in the capital was only awaiting their death. If they wanted, cleansing the entire capital will only require 1,000 combustion missiles. Wei Biao trusts that they had the ammunition. Just because of this, the emperor squeezed the words out difficulty. Wei Biao didn't look at the emperor in the eyes, he lowered his head. Emperor, please step down. What if I say no? The emperor narrowed his eyes and signaled the guards beside him. Sorry, I just want to live with my brothers. Wei Biao raised his head and put his hand on his waist. The pupils of the emperor instantly contracted. Behind Wei Biao, the fierce soldiers with rifles stepped into the palace. The gunshots lasted 10 minutes, blood soaked the carpet of the palace. The guards and soldiers engaged in intense crossfire, but the ending was evident. The difference in number could not be made up by shooting. When the shooting stopped, the elders all died under the fire of the 3rd Division soldiers. The emperor on the dragon chair looked at everything in front of his eyes blankly without being able to say a word. Wei Biao wanted to keep the emperor's life, but Chen Lin took out the pistol hidden in his pocket and personally killed the poor elder on the dragon chair. Seeing the emperor had already died, while Wei Biao was displeased, he had to let it go. The 3rd Division quarantined the palace. The death of the emperor didn't cause a ripple in the empire on the brink of collapse. When the news was controlled, Chen Lin immediately came to find Zhao Baodong to deliver the message of surrender to NAC. After an hour, when the NAC airship arrived above the capital, the residents of the capital just realized. The sky just changed. Is this the capital? On the drop pod of order, Jiang Chen observed the arena just 10 square kilometers in size from above. Inside the arena was filled with concrete structures and crude tents, narrow paths mixed among the buildings. That's right, this is their capital. Beside Jiang Chen was Zhao Chenwu, looking at the palace from the top. His voice carried a hint of mockery. The drop pod was lowered by graphene cables. Bathing in the fearful sights from the square, Jiang Chen along with 10 soldiers in power armor stepped into the middle of Capital Square. Empire's 3rd Division already dropped their weapon and first surrendered to the NAC force. 11 survivor locations of Empire were categorized as NAC's economic zone governed by an elected government and supervised by a NAC-sent director responsible for the defense of the location. When Chen Lin waiting on the square saw Jiang Chen, he immediately came to greet him with a complimental smile. I'm Chen Lin, I've been awaiting Mr. General's arrival. Jiang Chen examined the last elder of Empire before he focused his attention on the man behind him. I heard you were a pack soldier. That's already history. Jiang Chen noticed when Wei Biao said this, he used history instead of past. Without saying more to him, Jiang Chen then glanced over to Zhao Baodong with his chest raised high, he nodded, pleased. Excellent, you did great this time. It is due to General's mentoring, Zhao Baodong replied, his face flushed. To receive such a grand compliment, he will definitely be promoted. While excited, Zhao Baodong used the opportunity to suck up. That's enough. No need to suck up to me. If you have nothing to report, go stay for a bit on the airship. You will be rewarded along with the soldiers. Thank you, General. Zhao Baodong was ecstatic. Being left hanging by Jiang Chen, Chen Lin began to feel anxious. When Zhao Baodong came to find him, he promised that if he did as told under NAC's directions, when they conquered Empire's capital, he would be guaranteed wealth and glory. Now that the capital was part of NAC's territory, and when it was time for NAC to fulfill the promise, Chen Lin became unsettled again. Just as Chen Lin was hesitating if he should remind Jiang Chen not to forget about him, Jiang Chen looked at him with an ambiguous smile on his face. Looks like you're the last elder of Empire. General, you're being funny. Chen Lin's back was bent and he awkwardly laughed. Empire is already kneeling in front of you, there is no more elder. To the flattering attitude of the elder, Jiang Chen grinned and said. There definitely should still be elders, but from now on, you're working for me. General, the other elders are all dead, Chen Lin carefully said. Dead? Jiang Chen paused and looked over to Wei Biao. Dead due to resistance, Wei Biao briefly answered. All dead. It certainly surprised Jiang Chen. He originally wanted to select a few elders that forsake darkness for light to let them organize the affairs of this arena for him, but they all died. Jiang Chen looked at Chen Lin with a deeper layer of meaning in his eyes. The ambiguous smile made Chen Lin afraid to look him in the eyes. Mr. Chen is decisive, nice tactic. With a drop of cold sweat rolling down from his forehead, Chen Lin replied while stuttering. No, that's enough, whatever. Jiang Chen waved his hand to dismiss the topic. Chen Lin finally felt relieved when he heard Jiang Chen say this. It was his petty idea to kill the elders and emperor. Only when the officials of Empire died could his importance stand out. His only worry was Jiang Chen would have an opinion with what he did, but now it looked like while the NAC general certainly saw through his wit, he didn't mind. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and nonchalantly asked. What's the population of the capital? Permanent population 43,510. Transient population roughly 3,000, Chen Lin immediately answered. What's the financial surplus of last month? 90,000 crystals. You know the situation of Empire quite well. You didn't just guess that, did you? Jiang Chen glanced at him feeling surprised. Chen Lin grinned, he used a flattering voice to say, how do I dare to trick you? Perfect, looks like you're not useless. Jiang Chen nodded. Then, are you interested working for me? Chen Lin was ecstatic when he heard this. Without regard to what other people thought, he immediately kneeled down. Don't be too happy yet. Jiang Chen didn't make him get up and instead, with a smile, he looked at him. I know your little wit and stuff. You should know, if you use that wit where you shouldn't use it, what kind of consequences you will have. Jiang Chen immediately put his head on the ground to express his allegiance. If I dare to have any other thoughts, I'm willing to die by being stabbed 1,000 times. Remember what you said. Get up. Thank you, General. While the morality of Chen Lin was still to be determined, he had talent in management. Jiang Chen sent people to verify the residence and treasury, the data was no different than what he said. As long as he kept him on a leash, it was fine to use this kind of person. It was not selecting a role model. From the way of the square to the palace, Chen Lin fully developed his sucking-up nature and followed behind Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen was uninterested in his flattering words and suck-up. He only briefly asked about the situation in Empire before getting this guy to shut up. With one foot stepping into the palace, the officials of Empire already packed the palace. Looking at the compliant officials, Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, titled his head, and asked Chen Lin, how many people are officials in Empire? General, there are 5 ranks of officials with 5 divisions in each rank for a total of 527 officials. What the foo *k? That many? Jiang Chen estimated that around 1 out of 100 people in the capital was an official, this didn't include the officials with less important roles. The massive government system of Empire was something that gave the elders a headache for the longest time. But these people more or less were related to the elders. With such a small community, no one wanted to mention cutting people. Therefore, the officials of Empire increased more and more. A lot of times one thing was separated into 5 things for 10 people to do. There are too many people, lay some off. Jiang Chen dismissed what he said and said in an annoyed tone. Different from Chen Lin's cautiousness, Jiang Chen didn't control his voice at all. Because of this, when the officials in the palace heard what he said, their expressions all froze with displeasure written all over their faces. Chen Lin had a bitter smile in his mind, but Jiang Chen didn't care about what they thought and stepped to the seat in the front of the palace. He sat on the dragon chair, getting a slight feeling of what it was like to be an emperor. Then he spoke to the officials. Is there anyone displeased with me sitting here? No **T, who dares to say they are displeased? The officials were all compliant with their head lowered, not saying a word. However, they had the most vicious curses in their minds. Great, looks like no one is displeased. Jiang Chen leaned into the chair and examined the officials with his eyes narrowed. The Emperor of Empire did know how to enjoy. The dragon chair was much more comfortable than the wooden chair in his office. Above the officials, the taste of power was indeed intoxicating. Jiang Chen cleared his throat and said, Chen Lin, give me the officials' list. Chen Lin walked out and handed him a tablet courteously. While Empire lacked in technological development, it managed to achieve digital documentation. All the names and rankings of officials were recorded on the server in the palace responsible by people with management access. Typically, it was the emperor, but if the emperor died, it passed on to the elder. Since the emperor already died, Chen Lin was the only elder left. The management access for the server data naturally passed into Chen Lin's hand. Now that Jiang Chen wanted it, Chen Lin handed to him with both hands. Jiang Chen took over, saw that the list was already on the screen, and began to flip through them. Yang Liang. Here. An older-looking official stepped out and bowed to Jiang Chen. You're responsible for the gate tax, right? Yes. Yang Liang said compliantly. There will be no more gate tax at Qingshan Arena, you can go home. With the sound of knees hitting the ground, the older Yang Liang kneeled on the ground with tears bursting out. Emperor, managing the gate tax was a lucrative duty. There were at least thousands of people that entered in and out of the gate, and everyone who came in must pay. While 2 crystals were not a lot, it was at least 2,000 to 3,000 crystals in the bag per day. No one would notice if he pocketed 100 crystals. Jiang Chen's decision killed his money-making method. Don't call me emperor, call me general. Jiang Chen said while annoyed. He was too lazy to listen to his complaint. He swiped his finger and called the next name. Lu Guangyuan. Here. Lu Guangyuan anxiously stepped out and gulped while waiting for Jiang Chen's decision. Market Stimulation Department, what department is this? Stabilizing price, promote economic development, improve, then what's the Pricing Council? Wang Qianping, why don't you explain it to me? Here, I'm here. Wang Qianping stepped out with cold sweat dripping down. Jiang Chen eyed him, signaling him to talk. Stabilizing price, promote economic development, coordinate, what's the damn difference? Jiang Chen was growing increasingly flustered. General, if you listen carefully, the last word is different. Wang Qianping's small eyes stared at the floor as he anxiously replied. Without wasting his word, Jiang Chen swiped 2 times on the screen. The 2 departments are abolished. The tax rate will be determined by the new administrative department after accessing market supply and demand. You can go home now. With 2 sounds of kneecaps hitting the ground, Lu Guangyuan and Wang Qianping both dropped down with tearless grief. If the gate tax was a juicy piece of meat, the 2 departments were a giant pig with countless juicy meat. Now that they were being removed, how were they willing to just let it go? General, you can't just do that to us, no. Jiang Chen was getting goosebumps, the tablet in his hand almost dropped to the ground. You guys are disgusting. People on the outside who don't know what's going on probably think I did something to them. Holding on to the tablet, Jiang Chen gave the 2 people a hard stare before eyeing the kinetic skeleton soldiers beside him. Take them out. With the officials anxiously watching, the three officials on the ground were forcibly dragged out by the soldiers. Displeased? Anyone will be displeased. The cake being taken away was pure robbery for these people. But with a black muzzle in front of their heads, no one dared to say no. The officials below him were petrified, afraid Jiang Chen would call their name. But what must come will eventually come. After half an hour, more than half of the 500-something officials were cut, only leaving a scattered 100 to 200 people. The massive layoff was unseen of. Even a public company in an economic recession didn't lay off more than 70% of its employees. Jiang Chen didn't care. He abolished all departments he thought were unnecessary. NAC had money, but no obligation to feed useless people. The people left behind all let out a breath of relief. A lot people didn't realize they were completely drenched in sweat. Departments with odd names were all cut, departments with repetitive functions were merged, and the remaining 117 officials were temporarily put on leave while they waited for NAC's Minister of Administration's arrangement. The name, Capital, was removed and replaced by Qingshan Arena Survivor Camp, referred to as Qingshan Town. While a lot of officials didn't want to change the name, the survivors had no problem with it. From their conversations, no one thought of this place as the capital, instead they referred to it as Arena. Chen Lin assisted in the accession to the throne, and was named Superintendent of Qiangshan, responsible for its affairs and was supervised by NAC Director. Jiang Chen already decided on the director. The captain of the Power Armor Airdrop Platoon, Kai Xian, he first pierced into the enemy zone of control during the attack on Guru Tribe, and assisted the infantries in breaking through the line of defense to achieve an outstanding accomplishment. After Jiang Chen asked for his personal opinion, he named him the director of Huqing Survival Camp. It was not the most attractive option for an NAC upper-class citizen and knight to work far away from Wanghai. Not only would the quality of life decrease by a wide margin, the administrative rank was also 2 levels lower compared to Chu Nan at the 6th Street and Yu Lu of Camp 027. But after the completion of his term, once he requested for return to Wanghai, the director of a colony on his resume would indeed help him go further in his career. The surrendered Empire's 3rd Division was renamed to Militia Division with the size shrinking from 5,000 to 3,000. The homemade rifles were all thrown into the warehouse and replaced with the Reaper assault rifle produced in the 6th Street. The leather and steel boards sealed together were thrown out and changed into carbon nano bulletproof vest produced by the Fishbone base. Other than that, 100 trainers from Wanghai were incorporated into the division to strengthen NAC's control of the militia while at the same time increase the competency level of the force. After a series of adjustments, the lousy force instantly gained some traces of an elite force. The primary responsibilities of the militia were to maintain the security of the location, maintain NAC's defense in Huqing controlled area, and become a reserve force of NAC's 3 major divisions. The previous division commander Wei Biao maintained his position, while only the division was changed from an army to a militia. Chen Wei was shocked to discover Jiang Chen preserved his position. He previously thought his fate was at most to be given a severance package and take a few of his confidants back home to farm. But Jiang Chen allowed him to keep his position and increased his salary by 2 folds. While there were NAC officials mixed into the division now, it was reasonable since absolute trust was non-existent. Other than loyalty, he didn't say much more. The reason for preserving Wei Biao's position was because of a deeper level of consideration from Jiang Chen. One was to set an example for the 3 commanders outside of Qingshan Arena, one was because he viewed highly of Wei Biao's ability. Former Pak Land Force Soldier. While the title was not as convincing as Brigade Commander Han Junhua, he at least received military training from before the war. Compared with the former civilian survivors, his combat ability and strategic awareness was far stronger. The commander of the division was only training. If he proved his ability, he will be promoted in a matter of time. As to loyalty, other than the balance of power, slavery chips exists in Wanghai. After slicing the cake of the old regime into pieces, Jiang Chen threw the tablet back to Jiang Lin before he strolled out of the palace while the officials looked as if the plaque had gone away. The political change in the arena didn't cause any influence on the people. When they were sure NAC would not take away their crystals, the merchants and mercenaries there continued on. The only change was that no more green-skinned figures were seen on the street. The violent maniacs were wiped out by soldiers with kinetic skeletons when NAC first occupied the arena. They were killed on the street, drowned in the toilet. The difference between mutated humans and humans was great. NAC soldiers' shooting skill was also superb, there could be no error. The bloody genocide caused resistance from the mutated humans which caused innocent civilians to be hurt. A lot of civilians, mercenaries, hunters with weapons all joined the mission to wipe out the mutated humans, quite a few of them were oppressed. However, because of the protection policy under Empire, they had to swallow their rage. The moment Empire collapsed, NAC announced that mutated humans were the same as mutants, they started their vengeance. Sacrifices did occur, but people expressed their full support. Perhaps people in modern world would be compassionate to the mutated human that suffered a tragic fate, but these people would never exist in the apocalypse unless they were the blue skin that just walked out of a fallout shelter and yet to experience the world. After taking care of the affairs in the palace, Jiang Chen took Sun Xiaoro waiting at the gate to visit the clinic in the ghetto Zhao Baodong mentioned. There was no one in the waiting room. It looked like the shadow of order affected the clinic's business. Jiang Chen got a number from the metallic ball robot at the door. He only waited for 2 minutes before he walked into the room with Sun Xiaoro and saw the fabled Dr. Sunday. With a buzz cut, he looked clean with 20 years of age, he didn't look like he spent 20 years in the fallout shelter. Dr. Sun put down the notebook in his hand and gazed at the two at the door. "Are you here for a diagnosis?" Jiang Chen shook his head and gently said. "For the secret of immortality." "You are Jiang Chen?" "Yes." Jiang Chen nodded. Dr. Sun nodded, without saying anything, he moved his sight to Sun Xiaoro who was leaning by the door with a hint of reminiscence on his face. "How many years has it been? You've grown so much. You know me?" Sun Xiaoro tilted her head and looked back at him with confusion. "When you were this big, I hugged you before." Dr. Sun smiled. He used his hands to measure a size of a baby. "If I remember correct, your name should be Sun Jiao." "That's my sister." Sun Xiaoro shook her head with a smile. "Although we do look alike." Dr. Sun paused for a second before a smile appeared on his face. "Oh. I do apologize." "It's okay." Sun Xiaoro shook her head. Her eyebrows had a hint of reminiscence present. "People often mixed up the two of us when we were young, even when we're not twins. Let me introduce myself. I'm Sun Boyi." Dr. Sun extended his right hand to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook his hand, looked at him and also briefly reintroduced himself. "Jiang Chen, the NAC general." Dr. Sun gave Jiang Chen a friendly smile before he continued. "Because we share the same last name, my memory of that little girl is quite vivid. Since her younger sister is here, you should know her sister, right?" "Aha," Jiang Chen nodded. "She was the first person he met in this world." Sun Xiaoro put a finger on her chin and asked the question troubling her mind. "But, even if you saw my sister, she was just a baby. You shouldn't have seen her as an adult, right? So how could you have mistaken me for my sister?" Dr. Sun smiled. There was a flood of babies in the fallout shelter. Due to the lack of doctors, I was the doctor who completed the procedure. With the help of DNA replication technology, before you were all born, we already knew what you would look like in the future. But unfortunately, I didn't get to see you grow up. Sun Xiaoro nodded. Jiang Chen took out a diary from his pocket and placed it on the table. "Did you place the diary on the table of the director's office?" "The diary was there from the beginning. I just moved his body back where he was supposed to be. Sun Baoyi must have been referring to the deceased fallout shelter director. There are a few pages ripped out from the diary. Pages from the diary were already ripped out from the beginning by its owner. Of course, I think you wouldn't be too interested in Fallout Shelter 071's past. On the contrary, Jiang Chen shook his head. If it's convenient for you, I hope you can tell me what happened afterward. Including the history of Fallout Shelter 071, as well as the Observer, the experiments you conducted. The Observer? You know this word. Melancholy surfaced on Sun Baoyi's face. Even I almost forgot. He paused, looked at Jiang Chen, and invited him to sit down. Feel free to sit. This story is quite long. When I woke up from the hibernation chamber, it was already the 10th year. 8 years prior, the director ordered security to attack my lab and made all my efforts go down the drain. He also stole the golden apple. He didn't kill me, but instead, he said, once the fallout shelter opens, people will punish you for your crimes. He shut me into the hibernation chamber. His arrogance made me uncomfortable. It wasn't because the punishment would never arrive, but it was because of the unrealistic fantasy he had of the outside world. With this fantasy, his naivety would inevitably kill everyone in the fallout shelter, much more than the people I killed. And it would be for an extremely boring reason. I sat in the chair trembling while blankly staring at the propaganda poster in the fallout shelter. I tried to empty my mind in order to get accustomed to the unnatural time difference. 8 years. It was just like a dream. My eyes closed, eyes opened, and everything outside the glass window was covered in thick dust. Time muddied everything, but it didn't muddy me in the mirror. The golden apple was destroyed. The arrogant Mr. Director destroyed it after he pressed the button to start the hibernation chamber. Regardless, my mission ended. When I stepped over the security line, just like I expected, everything here was abandoned. When I stepped through the metal door, just like I expected, everything outside was destroyed in the nuclear war. The ending could have been foreseen, but most people always maintained an unrealistic fantasy before finally drowning in their dreams. Someone said a long time ago that only 2 nuclear bombs were needed to destroy the world, the first being fear, and the second being vengeance. I don't remember his name anymore, but I'm certain about one thing. He was elevated from a sociologist to a prophet. There were a few metal shacks on the surface. I remember those things. They were strategic reserves in the fallout shelter. The PAC flag burnt to dust fitted satirically well with the propaganda posters on the train. Once the door opened, the survivors would have to rely on those tools to rebuild their home in the ruins. But from the bones and bullet marks, I already guessed their fate. How could trained forces lose to refugees with primitive weapons? My guess was that they didn't die because of the force's shooting skills. It must have been due to comical humanitarianism as well as courtesies extended by the civilized. I dug through the shelves in the ruins to search for anything useful. A pistol, a picture belonging to God knows who, and a diary with many pages ripped out, they were all the supplies I could gather. I considered going back to sleep. 10 years was too short. If I time traveled to 1,000 years later, the situation would probably be much better. Whether it was just a barren field outside or a city built by the new humans. If it was the former, I could use the human clone technology in the other fallout shelters to restart the PAC civilization. If it was the latter, museums created by new humans could provide with a well-paying job to teach elementary students participating in social awareness activities about how the people before the war lived, how they tarnished themselves. Regardless of the choice I made, there were urgent matters I had to take care of first. There was no power and no food. I had to find useful things among the ruins. I had to at least gather enough nuclear fusion cores needed for the hibernation chamber and a few nutrient supplies. Before I searched for other survivors, I had to replace the blue skin I was wearing. If all the newbies who just left their nest wore similar clothes, I had enough reason to believe this blue skin would bring me trouble. Just like how a civilization naturally attracted barbarians. It took me quite a while to find well-fitting clothes. Finally, I chose a suit whose color was fading and wore a bulletproof vest inside. Along the highway, I walked all the way into the city. Zombies, mutants, raiders, mutated humans, and cannibals. There was danger everywhere, but I only had 14 bullets, 2 clips. Hospitals, schools, automated factories, all these places could have nuclear fusion cores, but they had all been rummaged by scavengers. There were survivor gathering spots where human activity could be seen, but out of safety considerations, I didn't dare to approach them. Since this was the apocalypse. Later on, I incidentally saved a merchant from zombies and used the crystals I had to trade for some useful items. He took me to Jianghe City and told me that as long as I had crystals, I could buy anything there, whether it was men or women. If it didn't exist on the market, I could just go to the bar. After reaching out to survivors, my life became a lot easier. When I knew they lacked doctors here, I opened a clinic to treat patients in exchange for crystals. Then with those crystals, I placed orders for nuclear fusion cores at the bar. A lot of things happened in that year, but I managed to collect 10 nuclear fusion cores. The nuclear fusion core batteries were highly efficient. If they were just used to maintain the hibernation chamber, one would be enough to last me 100 years of sleep. I closed the clinic and refused the president's, parliament members, and friends' invitations to stay. I returned to Fallout Shelter 071. But the second before I laid in the hibernation chamber, I hesitated. Why? When Jiang Chen heard that, he was eager to know. It's the nature of humans as creatures, the more interaction they have with other humans, the harder it is to accept loneliness. Sun Baoyi sighed. No matter how you decipher human nature, no matter how indifferent you are, it's not something you, as a 20-year-old, can understand. Jiang Chen looked at him with question still in his eyes while Jiang Chen waited for him to continue. In the story, I mentioned that I saved a merchant. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. We later became friends, and he invested in this clinic. Sun Baoyi paused for a moment and let out a sigh. Not only him, but also the crippled hunter, the merchant from the Northern Alliance area, the female gunslinger from the Black Street Bar. I remember their names, even if some of them may have already died or left for places afar. Regardless, my memories are still there. The more people you know, the more you can't let them go. I admit everything is terrible, but it's not despairing to the point where you don't have the will to live. Is that just because of the relationships you have? Don't describe it so simply. Sun Baoyi shrugged. If you had to lay in the hibernation chamber for 1,000 years, would you be willing to let everything go here and head for a different future alone? When Jiang Chen thought about Sun Jiao, Yao Yao, and the people loyal to him, he shook his head. I kind of understand now. Sun Baoyi nodded. Although I decided to stay in this era, I didn't immediately leave the Fallout Shelter. Instead, I used the only quantum computer left and restarted the experiment again. What about the samples? Since your experiment, the samples, those people were all killed. I'm the sample. Sun Baoyi looked at Jiang Chen, took out a small bottle from his pocket, and placed it on the table. This is the secret to immortality. Jiang Chen's eyes locked onto the thumb-sized bottle. A crimson liquid was inside. This is. You've heard about hidden genetic codes before, right? Jiang Chen nodded. This is a hidden DNA code expressed in a special manner after the injection of a genetic vaccine. A lot of mercenaries and soldiers take it to increase their combat abilities. Take a guess, if you unlock it to the 3rd level, the last level, what would happen? Without giving Jiang Chen time to think, he tapped the small bottle with his finger gently. You will become a god. Because of his stern expression, Jiang Chen held his breath before letting the words out difficulty. That is, absurd. But then, Jiang Chen suddenly recalled the man who referred to himself as God. If you think that's absurd, it depends on your definition of God, Sun Baoyi said emotionlessly. Although it's comical to define God through science, we still gave God a crude meaning. A being who can do things humans can't do is hence referred to as God. For example, the leader of the Dusk Church could use spiritual energy to explode 100 blood crystals to trigger an explosion that could wipe out an entire province from the map. Absorbing energy from crystals is as easy as drinking water, Jiang Chen asked Sun Xiaoro before. With her second-level genetic code ability, she couldn't even explode one blood crystal, let alone hundreds of them. Of course, the definition of God wasn't only limited to destructive power. So you mean, Jiang Chen looked into Dr. Sun's eyes. He had an idea of what Dr. Sun meant. Looks like you guessed it. Yes, we researched the side effects of genetic vaccines before the war. Based on the genetic map, we concluded that once the genetic code, resilience, evolved to level 3, the immortality ability could be unlocked. Sun Baoyi paused briefly, then continued. With current technological capabilities, the abilities in the genetic code can be transplanted. The only material required is 100 milligrams of serum. From one perspective, immortality was something only reachable by a god. But more surprisingly, this ability only reachable by a god could be transplanted surgically. Jiang Chen looked at the bottle on the table and fell into deep thought. Therefore, the girl mentioned in the diary should be Sun Jiao, she should have been just half a year old. And the other samples, in Fallout Shelter 071 should be normal people with the genetic code, resilience. Jiang Chen had an idea of the kind of experiment Dr. Sun performed that caused all the samples to die. Sun Jiao told him before. In order to increase the effect of the genetic vaccine and unlock the next level of genetic code, aside from going through high-intensity training, the fastest and least technical way would be to seek your own death. It was only when you teetered between the edge of life and death that the hidden genetic code could be exposed. The simplest way would be to throw the group of people into an arena to fight, and the people who survived to the end would have the highest probability of reaching the God boundary. When Jiang Chen thought this through, the benevolent smile on Dr. Sun's face gave him a petrifying chill. To be able to perform the experiment on the people he lived with, this guy isn't human at all. Sun Baoyi read the repulsion in Jiang Chen's eyes and he had a smug expression. It's an inhumane experiment, right? Is it not? I'm delighted you think this way. If people who shouldn't control the secret to immortality got control of the secret, that would be a disaster to civilization. Is that really what you think? Jiang Chen was puzzled. From his own memoirs and the diary of the director, if the alignment chart, 1, was used to describe his personality, Jiang Chen could absolutely define him as an absolute neutral. He discarded all the weaknesses in human nature and viewed selfishness and apathy as natural. His contribution was just not proactively being evil. But his reaction after he left the Fallout Shelter the second time was completely different. Jiang Chen thought he belonged to neutral order now. Sun Baoyi didn't directly answer Jiang Chen. Instead, he said gently, human nature is a burden to survival, but without this burden, the seed of civilization will not germinate. I feel like I've heard this before. I guess he's another observer. Sun Baoyi laughed. Jiang Chen nodded and brought the topic back to the genetic code. Did you unlock the third level? Sun Baoyi shook his head. How's that possible? Then how did you not age at all in the past 10 years? Jiang Chen was confused. Did you remember the explanation for resilience in the EP? Jiang Chen tried to recollect his memory of when they returned from the sewers and Sun Jiao explained Jiang Chen's abilities. Expending life in exchange for healing non-critical wounds in a short period of time. That's right. Sun Baoyi nodded, pleased. When evolved to the second level, new abilities will be unlocked. Revival? That's not the right word. Sun Baoyi waved his finger in disagreement. Aside from fixing damaged organs, the ability also fixes DNA telomeres. From a macro perspective, it greatly increases your vitality. Therefore, that's right, I'm only at the second level. But even with just level 2 unlocked, I gained around 500 years in life, as long as I don't repetitively use resilience and revive. Sun Baoyi shrugged. With the second level, all I can give you is the key. As long as you transplant resilience into your body, you'll have a chance of gaining immortality. A chance? That's right. Sun Baoyi nodded. You can only gain the key from another person. As for how many doors you can open, that's up to yourself. Jiang Chen looked at Sun Xiaoro. From her expression, he received an affirmative reply. After he hesitated for a moment, Jiang Chen asked. If the genetic code is changed to resilience, what would happen to the previous ability? To be honest, he was unwilling to give up Fury and Invictus, two combat abilities that almost allowed him to cheat. Sun Baoyi woke him up from his greedy fantasy with laughter. Since it replaces, the previous ability will disappear. I finally unlocked level 2. Jiang Chen's smile was mixed with bitterness. I found a shortcut to unlock the second level for resilience, you don't have to worry about that. Is that so? If you want to replace the genetic code in your body, I can do the operation for you. Sun Baoyi pushed the bottle beside Jiang Chen gently. Of course, if you don't trust me, you can take the technology and perform the operation with other doctors. Jiang Chen played with the serum in his hand and abruptly asked, can I ask a final question? If I evolve Fury to the third level, what ability would I obtain? Fury, the frequency of this genetic code is high, but people rarely evolve it to the second level, let alone the third level. I see that you must have evolved it to the second level. Sun Baoyi was quite intrigued. Yes. Because there's no precedent, I can't predict what ability you will have, but I'm certain it must be an ability that approaches the territory of God, Sun Baoyi said with certainty. Should I change my ability? Jiang Chen stared at the 100 milligrams of serum and fell into silence. 1. Alignment chart, the meme that include coatic evil, absolute neutral, and 7 other states. With the bottle of serum and information related to the surgery, Jiang Chen left the clinic. Based on what Dr. Sun said, the surgery could be done before 50 years of age. Through a special method, it would only require 1 to 2 years to evolve resilience into revive. He is only 20-something, so there is no need to make a rash decision. Do we not need to control Dr. Sun? When leaving the ghetto, Sun Xiaoro turned her head and asked Jiang Chen. Get someone to keep an eye on him. It doesn't seem necessary to control him, Jiang Chen said. At the end of their conversation, Jiang Chen invited him to the fishbone base to serve as a doctor, but he rejected the offer. He wanted to continue staying there, living on the wasteland under the identity of Dr. Sun and treating the unfortunate. But at the same time, he expressed that once everyone around him turned old and the children turned into adults, he would consider closing the clinic and quietly leaving the place. By that time, he would consider entering the hibernation chamber to wait for a distant future. When they passed an alley, the two walked toward the exit of the ghetto. But just then, a few figures walked out from the dark and surrounded them. Jiang Chen stopped and looked at the group of people blocking them, intrigued. They were holding guns, knives and even sticks. He could clearly sense the unfriendliness in their eyes. There are actually people unafraid of death. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and said pleasantly, you are. The man leading the group with a bald head didn't respond. A teen with a rifle walked up 2 steps and thuggishly said, buddy, you ruined the jobs of many after you came to capital. You think you're tough? Ruined the jobs? Jiang Chen instantly understood what this was about. He said while pondering, so, an official who was cut sent you guys here? Another thug with a scimitar tilted his head to crack his joints. He looked at Jiang Chen with vicious mockery. You certainly are brave to come here without a guard, and you brought a girl along too. Don't you know this is the ghetto? Of course I know this is the ghetto, but, did I need to bring guards? Jiang Chen laughed. The thugs all stared at him as if he was dumb. They looked at each other before they started to chuckle. Enough, no more *T, someone bought your life, sorry. Huh, we'll take care of the little hottie beside you. The bald-headed man laughed menacingly. His small eyes squinted into a line and he wantonly checked Sun Xiao out. I'm not little at all, although I'm a bit smaller than sister. Sun Xiao blinked at Jiang Chen without any sense of urgency before she turned around to grin at the bald-headed man who just disrespected her. Her voice gradually turned cold as she said, considering what you just said, that's enough for you to die twice. Ha, with just you? The teen sneered, lowered the rifle on his shoulder, and pointed at Sun Xiao while he arrogantly said, I want to see you. Jiang Chen didn't want to watch their hideous gestures, so a cold voice came out of his lips. Fire. Bang, a gust of wind sent dust high up into the air. Once the dust settled down, only the bullet marks on the ground and the hint of blood in the air proved the thugs had been there. As the general, Jiang Chen obviously wouldn't have walked into dangerous territory without protection. Under the airship's watch, he didn't think they would be in danger there. Jiang Chen turned around to look at the peasants trembling in darkness and met their fearful gazes. They probably knew the thugs had been hiding there already. No one had told the two of them, but the peasants just remained in the dark. It didn't take too much thinking to know they want to scavenge the bodies. Jiang Chen suddenly thought the frail and dark faces looked like crows watching atop tree branches. Just leave these things for me to deal with. Now there's blood splattered all over my dress. Sun Xiao, who had dust on her face, turned around, picked up her dress hem stained with blood and rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, displeased. It's okay, I'll change for you when we get back, Jiang Chen whispered into her ear with a smirk. Xiao's face quickly turned red. Screw you. The two disappeared in the alley. Like crows that sensed carrion, the people hidden in the darkness swarmed the lumps of bullet holes mixed with chunks of flesh and began searching for anything valuable. When they returned to the airship, Jiang Chen took Sun Xiao to change into a clean set of clothes. Then he called upon Kai Xian, who was acting as the director. He ordered all officials who had been dismissed to be imprisoned and investigated. If they had any connections related to the attack in the alley, they were to be executed. After taking care of that matter, Jiang Chen headed to the command room of the airship and discussed next steps with Han Junhua. First Division surrendered to Federation, and the soldiers of Federation already crossed the Gang River Bridge and are building defense bunkers now. From the images collected by drones, they're equipped with anti-air cannons and missiles as well as heavy artillery support. Just like that, they're focusing on establishing an elite force. Jiang Chen nodded. What about the other divisions of Empire? Second Division ceased its attacks on Donggang Plantation and fled north with signs indicating they're moving to Wu City. Fourth Division stopped its suppression of the insurgents and is in the process of negotiations for surrender. What do they want? Jiang Chen asked. Division Commander Li Haiqing agreed to surrender to us, but he hopes he can continue to act as the commander. Accept his terms. With a brief pause, he continued, once he surrenders, reduce the size of the force by half, retrain the force, establish the second militia, and make them responsible for the defense of Golden River Farm. Okay. Right now, Deputy Captain Wang Xiaowu walked into the command room and made a report to Jiang Chen. Federation sent an ambassador with the hopes of discussing the distribution of Hucheng. The ambassador from Federation? When Jiang Chen thought about Federation taking advantage of the situation, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Make them wait in the conference room beside the palace. I'll personally go to see them. Yes. Wang Xiaowu saluted. Right, move the airship to Golden River Farm. It's unsafe to be so close to Federation's air defense power, and it's also not necessary either, Jiang Chen said. Order's long-range fire coverage could easily cover the entire Hucheng territory, even areas hundreds of kilometers away. If they weren't showing off their power, there was no need to be so close. When he left the room, he called Jiang Chen, who was currently resting at Golden River Farm, and gave him some orders. Come to the arena. Now. Jiang Chen was shocked. No sh*t. Could I ask what it's about? Yu Chen whispered. Good things, Jiang Chen answered with irritation. If you want to become the president of Federation, then stop wasting my time and come. I'll arrange people to pick you up, so wait at the gate of the farm. Yes, yes. Jiang Chen was ecstatic. He immediately darted out the door. As a parliament member, it would be his dream come true if he sat on the throne of the president. Especially for a parliament member in exile, the temptation to return to the seat of power was great. Chapter 649 Federation's Ambassador. Your party's firepower left a deep impression on us. Since the despicable empire and mutated humans are eliminated, why don't we redefine the boundaries, each take a step back and remain at peace? In the conference room beside the palace, Jiang Chen met the ambassador from Federation. So your proposal is? Jiang Chen smiled. With Gan River as the boundary, the territory west of Gan River will belong to Federation and the territory east of Gan River will belong to NAC. The borders will be open with an open trade policy in effect and no customs set in place, the ambassador proposed with a smile. Their terms made Jiang Chen extremely surprised. He previously assumed they would have to engage in intense debate on the negotiation table or be involved in an intense standoff that could even escalate into military conflict, but negotiations went surprisingly smooth. Federation, who already crossed the Gan River, took a step back and was willing to retreat. Jiang Chen's finger tapped the armrest of the chair while he contemplated the real intentions of Federation. But regardless of what they thought, the terms brought by the ambassador gave him no reason to reject them. After a brief silence, he casually said. Looks like we've reached an agreement. A smile appeared on the ambassador's face. He took half a step back and bowed courteously to Jiang Chen. It's a pleasure to be able to reach an agreement with your party, Honorable Mr. General. Since they reached an agreement, the two parties signed the agreement that symbolized their friendship. Without staying for much longer, the ambassador took the copy that belonged to them and departed. Once the ambassador left, Jiang Chen looked to Han Junhua, who was standing by the side silently. What do you think? If NAC needs a market and supply base, Federation's proposal satisfies our needs, Han Junhua replied. I share the same perspective as you, although I don't think it's as simple as it looks. Jiang Chen nodded. It didn't take long before Jiang Chen finally reached the arena. But before he stepped into the conference room, the ambassador already left. Jiang Chen had a helpless expression, looking at Jiang Chen, who was gasping for air. You're late. The Federation ambassador already left. That quickly? You reached an agreement. Jiang Chen stood up with his back straight and asked Jiang Chen in shock. Of course. We agreed to set Gan River as the boundary with free trade established. This is the exact agreement. Jiang Chen nonchalantly tossed the agreement they just signed into Jiang Chen's hands. Unfortunately, you can't be the president. How about being a diplomat? Jiang Chen scanned through the agreement before putting it down. This is a trap. Oh. Jiang Chen curiously examined Jiang Chen. Although Federation's forces have outstanding abilities, the strongest part of Federation isn't its soldiers. What is it then? It's the merchants, Jiang Chen replied. Jiang Chen almost burst out laughing. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Chen, puzzled, not understanding why he found it funny. Empire was afraid of Federation's merchants and hence established many rules and boundaries within its market. They increased tariffs and established protection policies to support the economy on the brink of collapse. Looks like you have hopes to become the president. Jiang Chen didn't bother explaining to Jiang Chen. He just stood and laughed as he patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. But I want you to first return to Federation. Only then can you participate in the election. Jiang Chen shook his head and gave Jiang Chen a pleading look. No. I don't want to go back. They'll kill me. The president won't spare me with his forces behind him. Don't worry, you won't die. Jiang Chen comforted him. You're returning as a NAC diplomat, they won't dare to kill you. Also, you've been out here for too long. It won't make sense to kill you to protect the password anymore. As long as the President of Federation wasn't blind, he would see that Fallout Shelter 071 is now under the control of NAC. But, Jiang Chen dismissed his comment with irritation. No buts. If you want to become the president, listen to me or else I'll choose someone else. What? Jiang Chen immediately stopped blabbering. You certainly recognize the situation. Jiang Chen glanced at the guy, paused, then continued. Once you return to Federation, just do your job as a diplomat. You don't have to do anything. Just wait for my orders. Jiang Chen nodded and carefully remembered Jiang Chen's words of caution. Also, keep an eye out for me on one thing. What thing? That letter, who sent it to you? Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen, with a troubled smile, said, didn't I say? It was Dr. Sun. He didn't send it, although it was sent under his name. I swear I didn't lie to you. It's Dr. Sun's handwriting. I delegated people to verify his writing before. Jiang Chen assumed Jiang Chen suspected he was lying. I know you're not lying to me, but you've been lied to, Jiang Chen said. The name on the letter may not represent the person who actually sent the letter. He has a clinic and signs how many forms a day. It's not hard to forge his writing. How do you know he didn't write the letter? Jiang Chen rebutted. Because I met him and I confirmed that he didn't have the intention of doing that, Jiang Chen said. Okay, I'll keep an eye out. Jiang Chen nodded. After sending Jiang Chen off, Jiang Chen left the affairs of Qingshan town to Superintendent Chen Ling and exchanged a few words with the newly appointed director Kai Xian, then he boarded order to return to Golden River Farm. Inside the farm were already a few tractors plowing the land. Bundles of calm saplings were stacked on the side with a few new farmers cooling off on the side. The merchants of 6th Street not only brought capital, they also brought advanced technology. Disregarding everything else, the farm tractors plowing the farm were the products of 6th Street factories. In the near future, NAC technicians would build a communication base station. Once established, Huchen would be included in the credit EP payment system. At the same time, data exchange between Wanghai could be accomplished through the network. After he arrived at the command post, Jiang Chen found his private force captain, Captain Li Wang, and inquired about the mission he delegated to him. Did you find the Quantum Computer Research Institute? We already confirmed a few suspected targets and I sent the brothers of the private force to search for them. I'll have an accurate reply in 3 days at the most. Excellent. I'm glad I entrusted this task to you. It's my pleasure to share the general's burden. Li Wang saluted him. Jiang Chen nodded, pleased. I have another thing I want you to do. What is it? Head to the Donggang plantation for me and convince the survivors there to join us. Roger that. Li Wang headed out. Wait. Jiang Chen suddenly stopped him. He stopped and turned around. Anything else I can do? You've been with me for a while, and I'm pleased with your loyalty. But regarding your abilities, I still need to test you. I won't give you any hints in this mission and I don't have any expectations regarding which method you use to convince them. Your actions and the final result will be used as part of the assessment. If you pass the test, you'll become the captain of order. Li Wang's heart trembled uncontrollably as he looked at Jiang Chen with great emotion. He took a deep breath, calmed the excitement in his mind, and eventually said, I definitely won't disappoint you, General. Donggang Plantation. The scars of battle were beginning to fade. The survivors dug out the bodies of their comrades and buried them on the small hill north of the plantation. On the street outside the barbed wire, zombies tumbled along and wandered around mindlessly. In the days of continuous fire, Empire's sieging forces destroyed their walls multiple times and cut through the barbed wires to lure zombies into the plantation. The battle devolved into chaos between humans and zombies. In the chaos, over 1,000 slaves died. With such a limited amount of ammunition, their ability to limit their casualties to around 1,000 against an actual force showed that the slaves were certainly a force to be reckoned with. Of course, NAC's airstrike also was part of the reason. Out of fear for an airstrike from NAC, Empire's 2nd Division didn't focus all their efforts on launching a full-scale attack. Out of fear for NAC's forces, Empire's 2nd Division chose to retreat north for independence. It was only then that the siege of Donggang Plantation finally ended. Since they didn't know where to go, 1,000 survivors chose to leave while the remaining 7,000 survivors gathered together. They elected a leader who led them to rebuild their home on this piece of land. One morning, an SUV darted into the street and sent a few dumb zombies flying before it came to an abrupt stop in front of the plantation. 2 machine guns on the wall immediately pointed in this direction. Survivors with scarves and rifles walked up to knock on the car window. "This place isn't open to the public. Please leave." Li Wang glanced at the muzzles on the wall, took a deep breath, tapped on the door to lower the window. "I don't have bad intentions. I represent NAC and I want to see your leader." Li Wang thought these people would courteously invite him in, but the survivor's expression made a 180-degree shift as he examined Li Wang with caution. The stark difference completely caught him off guard. The soldier at the gate pressed on his collar, walked to the side, and spoke with his superior before he quickly returned to the car window. "We can take you to see our leader, but we have to search you." Li Wang's eyebrows raised and he was about to go off, but when he thought about Jiang Chen's test for him, he breathed in and suppressed the anger in his mind. Of course. He pushed open the door, walked out, and opened his hands. "I swear I don't have any weapons on me." The soldier ignored him and briefly scanned his body. After confirming there were no weapons, he took Li Wang into the plantation. After walking on a muddy road, they arrived in front of a 3-story office building. Li Wang saw the leader of the survivors when he stepped in. His knife-sharp eyes could pierce people's minds and his defined face was tattooed with the slave mark, but from his straight back, Li Wang didn't see the meekness typical of a slave. This isn't an easy character. That was Li Wang's first thought. When the uprising erupted, the spies behind the conflict retreated from the plantation amidst the chaos. No one could provide him with assistance, and the only information he had was from 1 week ago. "Aha, let me see who came. The ambassador of NAC. You finally remembered your neighbor." The leader walked up to Li Wang. With his eyes narrowed, he aggressively stared Li Wang down. "Tell me your intentions." Li Wang didn't dodge his stare. He paused for a moment before he calmly said, "Are we not allies? You used us to keep Empire's 2nd Division here and used our blood to pave your victory. Would you refer to this as an alliance?" The leader started laughing hysterically and he shrugged. "What's next? After you take over the capital, do you plan on taking over the slaves in the capital? You're mistaken. Let me tell you, we won't accept any enslavement from anyone, even if you're powerful enough." The leader lowered his voice. His scratchy voice rang beside Li Wang's ears as the words came out one by one. The pitiful people who just escaped from the shackles of enslavement were more sensitive and more conceited than anyone. While they only had poorly made rifles and a limited amount of ammo, they still believed they could use their faith to defend their freedom. They were sensitive and suspicious of any form of control. They wouldn't listen to anything right now. The missiles of order should wake these people up, that was Li Wang's only thought. "We won't do that." Li Wang used his most reasonable voice. "But who can promise you won't do that?" the leader asked in an exaggerated tone. We have our hands and feet and we can grow mutated fruits and carm tree sap. Why would we join you? We can purchase your mutated fruits and carm tree sap. Federation's market can too. You're not unique. The negotiation was at a stalemate from the beginning, but fortunately, Li Wang detected the problem. Federation came to see you. The leader shrugged and replied with an undeniable expression. Not denying the claim was equivalent to agreeing with it. Li Wang took a deep breath, cleared his thoughts, and calmly said. Could you give me 5 minutes? At the command post, Jiang Chen was working. Regarding the growth of NAC in the Hongqing region, he was strategizing the smaller details regarding the bigger picture of expansion. While the model of 6th Street could be used as a reference, it couldn't be perfectly replicated here and required minor adjustments. Elections, law. This time, the door opened and Wang Xiaowu walked into the office. Are you busy? Almost done. Why? Jiang Chen dropped the pen in his hand and asked Wang Xiaowu. Nothing in particular. I just wanted to ask if you've made a decision for the captain. Wang Xiaowu closed the door behind him. The situation with Hongqing was stabilized. After the open border agreement with Federation came into effect, NAC managed to successfully establish itself in the area. It was near the end of July. After leaving for 1.5 months, it was time to return at the beginning of August. Jiang Chen said from the beginning that the captain of order would be selected at the end of the conquest. As the general and division commander, Wang Xiaowu couldn't act as the captain and deputy captain forever. I have someone in mind but I'm undecided. Wang Xiaowu was relieved when he heard Jiang Chen had a plan. He said with a smile, I thought you forgot about it. Now I feel assured. Enough. You think I would keep you as deputy captain forever? Head back and clean up. It won't be long until you have to return to your 2nd division. Roger. Good news quickly came from Donggang Plantation. It only took 2 days before Li Wang successfully convinced the local survivors, including the largest survivor gathering outside of the arena east of Gan River, to become part of NAC's jurisdiction. As an economic zone of NAC, Donggang Plantation would receive the management of NAC's director stationed in Hongqian. The leader would be elected by the local residents while they enjoy high autonomy. The current leader Zhang Weiping would continue to act as the first leader of Donggang Plantation. 5-year term. The chip at the back of the neck recorded the mission brief of Li Wang. After reading some of the data, Jiang Chen nodded, pleased. Even with his pickiness, he could give this guy's ability a high score of 90. Worth noting, full marks is 100. AS Order is the aircraft carrier of NAC. As the captain, you will be the commander of this aircraft carrier. In a conquest, you will have high autonomy, and the choice you make will ultimately affect NAC's interest in the conquest area. Therefore, your ability to represent the best interest of NAC is the most critical part of the test. Congratulations, you passed the test. On the deck of the airship, under the watch of all crew members, Jiang Chen took off the golden emblem from his chest and put it on Li Wang's chest, beside the knight emblem. Under the glaze of the sun, the emblem reflected a golden ray. With the shield in the middle, the view of order was engraved on top, 2 rifles crossed below the shield signaling conquest and order. From then on, he would become the flag of NAC's conquest to exert NAC's influence to places further. Feeling the hefty weight, Li Wang stood up with his back straight. His body was shaking in excitement while an inexplicable expression was on his face. After putting on the emblem for him, Jiang Chen patted him on the shoulder, gazed into his eyes, and said sternly. From today on, order will be yours. I will fulfill my mission. The passion in his chest translated into his voice as Li Wang roared at the top of his lungs. Great! That's the spirit. I'm looking forward to your performance. Jiang Chen laughed. The trumpeter started the music, the rough and melodious brass tone echoed in the sky. Order fired toward the lake and celebrated the appointment of the new captain. On the deck, Jiang Chen opened 10 boxes of beers and asked the cooks to prepare 8 tables of food for the 50 flight crew members. He announced the start of the celebration. It was certainly a difference to celebrate 1,000 meters up in the air. Jiang Chen drank at least 10 bottles before he was carried back to his room by his private force. The newly appointed private force captain was a young man named LVZ. It was the first time seeing the general so drunk, so he didn't know what to do. So he had to run back to his old Captain Li Wan, who was still battling, and seek advice. "Well, he is drunk, burp. If you don't know how to take care of this, just leave it to the woman. You think that general wants a man beside him when he wakes up? Dumb." Li Wan was clearly intoxicated as well. His speech became wild and disorganized before he pushed LVZ away. Embarrassed to disturb his old superior's celebration further, LVZ remembered his wise words, and ran back to the captain room. Before the official handover, the spacious room was still Jiang Chen's personal bedroom. "Captain, boss already puked twice." When LVZ returned, his soldier began to complain. "Did you feed the general some medicine?" LVZ was completely clueless. "Yes, but the effect is not obvious." "Captain LV. General puked again." The scream of agony came from the room. "What should I do?" LVZ looked around while pondering for a solution. He suddenly thought of a person and immediately said, "Where did Sun Sharo go? Get her to take care of the general. We are not convenient to draw a bath for the general. She can do that. Little Wu already went searching for her. She is not on the airship. With all men on the airship, where am I going to find a woman? The entire crew is drinking. It is not possible to lower the elevation either. How about? I'll just get someone to help General shower and change. But what if General is not happy? This is my first day on the job." Hastily, LVZ suddenly thought of a person and dragged onto one of his soldier. "Go to the command room and get Advisor Han here." "Advisor Han? Are you sure?" The soldier trembled when he thought of the emotionless female superior. "Stop yapping around, go now," LVZ said decisively. Okay. The soldier took the order, bit the bullet, and ran to the command room. "All of you, get out. Leave this to Advisor Han, we'll stay somewhere else." LVZ ordered the private force soldiers taking care of Jiang Chen to come out. Is it really okay to just leave the general here?" a soldier hesitantly asked. "Are you dumb? If you're the boss, would you want a hot girl taking care of you or bunch of sweaty men taking care of you? Stop yapping, listen to brother LV, and let's go." Another soldier dragged his comrade out of the door. LVZ didn't know what to say and couldn't think of a way to explain to Advisor Han, so he didn't bother finding an explanation and directly left the mess in her hands to avoid the awkwardness. It didn't take long before Han Junhua walked to the door of the captain's bedroom. She furrowed her brows at the scene. Jiang Chen was snoring, his coat was taken off, and his clothes was stained. How did he get so drunk? How much did he drink? No one replied. Han Junhua turned around, the private force soldier that had taken her there already disappeared. The door to the bedroom was closed too. She expressionlessly looked at the sleeping face and was silent for a long time, before she let out a sigh. Speechlessly, she put him around her arm, and dragged him into the washroom. Without any extraneous emotion, she just purely thought, she had to do something. Han Junhua took off the puke-stained shirt and looked at the firm chest. Already her heart was beating fast, she didn't have any corresponding emotion in her heart. Is dopamine excretion accelerating? Really incredible. Obviously human feelings rely on hormone secretion, but the psychic commissar is able to cut off the link between the two. Han Junhua's index finger gently tapped Jiang Chen's chest, feeling the hot temperature and at the same time feeling the odd peacefulness. What an annoying feeling. Han Junhua shook her head, retracted her finger, and planned to change him into something else. But then, she saw the sweat drops on his muscle, and she began to contemplate. With so much sweat, I should help him take a shower first before changing into clean clothes. Logically speaking, it is better to take a shower or else the sweat would drench the clean clothes. As she thought, she put her finger on her own buttons and put her jacket into the basket. To prevent making her own clothes wet, she took off her stockings and uniform, only leaving a thin white shirt. Han Junhua put his arms around her shoulder and felt the temperature on her back was even hotter. It could be because the amount of fabrics between the two decreased, or it could be because he was sweating. When she remembered the experience in the black room, the hotness on her back began to decrease. Is it because my body temperature is increasing? She didn't understand the feeling. She filled the bathtub with warm water and finally thrown Jiang Chen into the water. She let out a sigh. She felt relieved. With a wet towel, she cleaned his body. Just before she turned around to grab a dry towel, her hand on the bathtub was being held. Han Junhua turned around and looked at Jiang Chen with questions in her eyes. But she was met with a pair of passionate pupils. The intimate atmosphere lingered between the two. Although she couldn't read the odd atmosphere, she could feel her heartbeat begin to accelerate and her body temperature was gradually increasing. The heat from her wrist made her suddenly not want to resist. Suddenly, the drunk Jiang Chen didn't say anything and suddenly dragged her in. Without being able to react in time, she fell into the bathtub. Pooch, water splashed around and her shirt and pencil skirt were soaked. Her eyes widened and a rare disbelief was in her eyes. The frosted glasses reflected two warm-colored figures followed by a monotone monstrous roar. Bathtub, toilet, sink, hallway, desk, the sheets in the middle of the bedroom, the marks of battle could be seen everywhere. The gorgeous face like an eternally froze ice without any expression began to melt into the flush of the spring rain, starting to ripple in the nightfall. Because the first time was in the bathtub, the mark of her virginity was nowhere to be found. The only evidence that could prove what happened last night was the still lingering pain. Han Junhua felt the unforgettable sharp pain and a hollowness in her mind, but it was soon filled up by something else. It was difficult to describe. She was hugged tight by the muscular arm, she slightly moved her neck and adjusted into a more comfortable position while savoring the inexplicable after feeling. If I could, from this warmth, of course, she knew if Psychic Commissar could be removed this easily, she would be underestimating the power of technology. She lied flat while staring at the ceiling. She felt tired, so she temporarily gave up on thinking. The warm but heavy breathing hushed into her ear and made her tickle, but it was also oddly reassuring. It is hard to believe, the dependence of the environment because of temperature is too stupid. As she thought, her mind began to turn cloudy. She closed her eyes at dawn to fall asleep again. It was not until noon did the two wake up to Sun Xiaorou's grin. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and watched the gentle smile. He had a feeling of being caught cheating. "Boss, you can't blame me for that. We wanted to go find Miss Sun, but she was not on the airship." LVZ tried to justify himself with a bitter face. "But you can't go find June. Advisor Han, you can just find anyone to change for me," Jiang Chen criticized him snappily. Although Han Junhua didn't say anything when she got up, nor was she angry, she didn't have any extra expression at all. However, Jiang Chen had a feeling where he owed her. Then next time General is drunk, I will find you a man," LVZ carefully said. "Just find Advisor Han." After kicking LVZ out, Jiang Chen packed up, got off the airship, and officially moved the command post from the air to the ground. When he stepped into the newly built command post, he bumped into Sun Xiaorou waiting at the door. Still the same long dress, Xiaorou looked at Jiang Chen with a grin. "Are you all packed up?" "Brother-in-law." "Aha. I'm packed up," Jiang Chen awkwardly replied. Brother-in-law looks a bit tense. "Do I?" Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chen forced a few laughs, but it was not enough to fool Sun Xiaoro. Sun Xiaoro slowly strolled beside him, took the luggage in his hand, and whispered into his ear. "I promised sister to look after you when you're outside. It was an accident." Jiang Chen looked away in embarrassment. "Oh. How are you planning to treat Sister Junhua then?" Although there was still a smile on her face, Sun Xiaoro's eyes were mixed with a hint of seriousness. Silence lasted for half a minute between the two. Although he knew he was greedy, Jiang Chen still said the most honest thought in his mind. "I'll take responsibility." Humph. Sun Xiaoro turned around, left Jiang Chen, and walked to the hall. But just a few steps later, the dress swayed and she quickly turned. She looked back with a grin. "Looks like you still have some conscience. If you didn't take responsibility, I would have been disappointed." "That's something odd to be disappointed about." Jiang Chen face-palmed. With her finger on her lips and still the same gentle smile, Sun Xiaoro titled her head, unaware. "Is it?" After nearly half a month of investigation, the precise location of the Quantum Computer Research Institute was determined. The location was in the High Technology Park in the east. Due to the structure of building primarily resided below ground, it was able to be preserved. Although it was not far from the blast center of the nuclear explosion, the structure only received minor structural damage. Because of this, the place became a nest for mutants and resided a dangerous mutant named Piano Queen, mutated spider. The head-sized spider did not rely on venom or teeth to hunt, but used its spider web to form deadly traps to wait for the prey to step into their own death. The near-graphene ring structure even possessed the resiliency of nanomaterial and was almost undetectable under a faint light environment. A fly passing through the scattered web could still fly 2 or 3 meters before being cut cleanly into several pieces. Even the death claws could suffer a tragic ending if it accidentally entered its territory. It was hard to imagine, a small creature 2 centimeters tall could evolve into such a deadly creature. But, Piano Queen's weakness was obvious. Once their traps were detected, they would lose the purpose of the trap. Without any attack ability, they had no way of fighting back before being burned by NAC soldiers with flamethrowers. After the mutants in the building were cleared out, reconnaissance soldiers began to search the internal of the building and finally determined the core lab of the Quantum Computer Research Institute to be located on the most bottom floor. Here comes the show. In a building preserved with packed core technology, the security level was naturally not low. Even 20 years after the war, the security robots hidden in the corners of the building still maintained their functionality while waiting for intruders to wake them up. When Jiang Chen determined the security level of the building, Jiang Chen executed the attack. Obtain the password? Funny, after so many years, where was he going to find the password? As to hacking, that was even more of the question. To display the hacking skill at the Quantum Computer Research Institute was making a fool of oneself. The network security level was at least double of the bank. Even Yao Yao wouldn't be of help. LVZ took the private force and following Han Junhua's plan, exploded the side wall of the research institute before successfully entering the building. Eerie blue laser bullets danced among the hallways and collided with the orange bullet hailstorms. Because of the security system established by the quantum computer possessed high information suppression ability, the soldiers inside the building could not use drones or robots to assist them. Jiang Chen finally understood why the Zhao Corporation couldn't get a few quantum computers. It was pretty darn difficult to obtain one. But fortunately, the private force soldiers were prevailing. With the support of the soldiers, they took an entire day to break through the security system of the building to arrive at the lab on the bottom floor. Is this the production line for the quantum computer? Jiang Chen looked speechlessly at the production equipment piled into a small mountain on the floor. Damn, just by placing them together, they occupied over 1,000 square meters in area. To move the equipment out from underground, scientists from Fallout Shelter 027 had to travel there through the blimp and instruct the soldiers on what could be taken apart and what must be moved with extra caution. The parts were packed up, data copied, not even a single table or chair was left behind. With the scientists' directions, NAC soldiers raided the entire lab as if locusts had swarmed a crop field. The scientist responsible for the research of quantum computer was Jiang Fan. He was standing beside Jiang Chen currently and explaining to him some of the technical backgrounds. This doesn't include the general electronic parts as well as the shell of the computer. Just give me some numbers. How many people do I need to get a plant running? How much land do I need? Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Fan. That is hard to say. Including the production of the general electronic parts, if we reach 50% automation, the entire plant would require 165 hectares of land and 5,000 technical workers. Jiang Fan gave a conservative estimate. Where am I going to find that many technical workers? Jiang Chen said with a headache. All the technical workers in the 6th Street were barely that number. General, don't think it as being too difficult. Knowledge can be learned through the virtual reality education system, and with the unopened fallout shelters in Wanghai, there are plenty of workforce with a high academic background, Jiang Fan said. Fallout shelters are too unreliable, one would only pop up once in a while. Let's think of a way to speed up the process. How long would it take to train a technical worker in the virtual reality education system? Jiang Chen paused, before he added, starting from zero. Probably a year. That's too long. Jiang Chen shook his head. It would probably take a year to absorb the technology in the production line. It is not too long, Jiang Fan explained. NAC's gap in quantum computer is too large. Do you have any way to solve the production issue as soon as possible? Jiang Chen's eyebrows furrowed. Without letting Jiang Chen down, Jiang Fan nodded, but he was hesitant. Of course, since we obtained the technology related to the quantum computer, we could use 3D printing to produce at a small scale. But the disadvantage of this method is obvious, for the product with high technical requirements and multiple parts, 3D printing is not only inefficient, the cost is also 3 times normal production through economy of scale. 3 times? Give me an estimate. A commercial quantum computer will at least cost 300,000 credits. Jiang Chen twitched at the response. The war only costed 400,000 credits till now. While he was pained, the money still needed to be spent. He will obtain the material from the modern world which should bring some cost savings. If the production problem of quantum computers could be solved, the expansion speed of the virtual reality network could be sped up in the modern world. Don't worry about the money. Make 2 first. 2. Jiang Fan thought he heard wrong. However, seeing Jiang Chen nod, he confirmed his wasn't delusional. How long will it take? One should be ready in 1 month and the second one probably just needs half a month, Jiang Fan said with certainty. I will leave this to you. Get on it soon. Also, keep an eye on the technical workers' training. After assigning the task to Jiang Fan, Jiang Chen left the empty lab and headed back to the command post. Along the way, he bumped into Zhao Chenwu, so he stopped and said hello. Zhao Chenwu was there to see him. What happened? Why were you in a rush? Gloom covered Zhao Chenwu's face as he said. Federation. They have started to make moves. Since the open border agreement was enacted, the merchant fleets of Federation flooded into Qingshan Arena. After closure of more than a decade, the crowded and poor capital, the present-day Qingshan town, finally welcomed its long-awaited prosperity. But the harmonious trade only lasted for 2 days. On the 3rd day, the trucks from a few major chambers of commerce of Federation suddenly appeared in the Qingshan market. They put out giant signs in front of a few stores with the words, "Fire Sale," written on them. At the same time, the salespeople in front of the store began to yell at the top of their lungs. Cheap nutrient supply. Multiple versions available. Massive fire sale. Cheaper than the market price by 30%, don't miss out on this opportunity. Our store is selling it at a 40% discount. Is there anywhere cheaper than us? Come by. If you miss the opportunity, you'll have to wait till next year. Buy. Since this is a necessity anyways with a long shelf life, it is not bad to store it at home. Where are we going to see such a massive sale again? The residents, seeing the opportunity, all gathered around. With the shouting and yelling, they took out the crystals from their pockets and grabbed the cheap nutrient supply. The unexpected sale made all the store owners stare at their empty stores, completely dumbfounded. Fire sale as well? But the merchants from Federation were all selling near cost. Some merchants even discovered that the price was lower than their cost. Rather than selling their own nutrient supply, it was better to purchase from Federation's store. Nobody thought that the common necessity could cause a massive shockwave. People had ideas. The major retailers of nutrient supply in Qingshan gathered together to discuss about purchasing the nutrient supply from the merchants of Federation, and then slowly wait for the excessive nutrient supply to be consumed by the market before letting the market price become rational. While the imagination was great, the reality soon proved to be cruel. The retailers took out 100,000 crystals to purchase away all the nutrient supply from the merchants of Federation. But before they could catch a break, a massive batch of nutrient supply was hauled into Kingston again. The massive dumping still persisted. Only in 2 days, based on estimate, the average nutrient supply held by the residents of Qingshan reached 600. It was enough for the survivors to eat for over half a year. And now, even the merchants of Federation couldn't dump any longer. The market was flooded. The local residents, due to the purchase frenzy, no longer had any crystals in their hands. After the frenzy, it was depression. To the current situation of Qingshan, Gear's Chamber of Commerce was extremely pleased. As the supporter hidden behind the curtain for the Federation president, they were the ones that facilitated the peace with NAC as well as the open border agreement, and the perpetrator of the nutrient supply dump. Mr. Jiang, I will congratulate you in advance in becoming the president of the entire Hongqian area. You're flattering me. Without your help, Mr. Liu, I wouldn't receive such an honor. Around the dinner table, Jiang continuously toasted with the merchant called Mr. Liu. Although he was the honorable president, he knew that half of the reasons why he stepped onto this position was because of the work of the man in front of him. Therefore, in front of wealthy man, he didn't act like a president at all. NAC conquered the capital, but they wouldn't have ever thought that their fruit would end up in our hands. How satirical. Lu Hong sunk into the chair, swirled the wineglass in his hand, and said casually. What's your next step? The president asked. The market in Qingshan is a complete mess now. We only need to wait for the local merchants to go bankrupt. Then, we'll purchase their dumped assets from the bottom. The small eyes narrowed into 2 lines as Lu Hong said malevolently. Do you need my cooperation? No, we just need to follow our plan, Lu Hong said, slowly. Were those nutrient supplies really okay? Of course they were okay. Regardless how they were inspected, the nutrient supply was a proper product and not second grade. Most of the survivor gatherings with size would all inspect the product in an event where a massive amount of product enter the market. Since some of the D-grade nutrient supply was made with the flesh of mutants and zombies, without the examination of toxicity, who would dare eat it? And the possibility of raiders pretending to be merchants to poison the survivors was also a possibility. But because of the massive dump of the merchants of Federation, Kingston's inspection personnel tightened the examination of nutrient supply entering the market to prevent any poisonous products from entering the market. If it were the leaders of small survivor gatherings, they would laugh in their dreams with how cheap the nutrient supply was. But to the leaders of the more prominent locations, excessive nutrient supply would not only make people full, they would make people bloated. There are currently 3 nutrient supply retailers with a partnership with our cooperation that have gone bankrupt. If the nutrient supply price continues to remain low, with consideration of the margin, we must close the 100 acres mutated fruit plantation in Golden River Farm. Of course, I won't do that. But there are smaller shareholders demanding us do that, Jiang Chen said. What do they want to do? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Use nutrient supply to disrupt our market. Not only nutrient supply but because of the massive dump, our merchant business sales slid by 28%, and the other non-related industries also experienced downward pressure in revenue, Jiang Chen said. Using nutrient supply to raid the currency from the consumer's hands and forcefully extracting the buying power from the market. Not only is nutrient supply affected, the instant noodles, compressed crackers, canned food, and other replaceable products also experienced dramatic influence. Weapons, ammunition, and even clothes are impacted. Not only that, inside the 6th Street Bank Exchange, the price of land sales of Golden River Farm also slid down. Since, if Federation has such cheap nutrient supply, the raw ingredient mutated fruits are also affected. Chain reaction, it is impacting the 6th Street 600 kilometers away, Jiang Chen thought, but I don't understand, how they can supply the market with this much nutrient supply. Are they not afraid of going bankrupt with the dumping strategy? They could use the crystals they obtain from the dump to purchase the depreciated land. In this case, they not only would not lose any money, they could gain massively. Jiang Chen understood with Jiang Chenwu's explanation. No wonder he was the devious merchant, this guy instantly read through the conspiracy of the merchants of Federation. The amount of crystals flowing the Hongqian market decreased would result in the purchasing power of crystals to forcibly increase. And nutrient supplies dump would result in the arable land depreciating, it would allow them to purchase more lands from farmers or bankrupted merchants. Finally, they will gain a monopoly of the mutated fruits in Hongqian and in turn monopolize the nutrient supply market. By that time, the price of nutrient supply would be determined by the merchants of Federation. Since Jiang Chen already knew their intention, he would not let their plan come to fruition. With an idea in his mind, a smile appeared on his face. Gain massively. Hee, I will make sure they lose everything. Looks like you have a plan already, I won't offer my strategy then. Jiang Chenwu had a grin on his face too. Of course there is a strategy, but I need your cooperation. At the command of the general, at any time. In the early morning of the next day, the merchants of Federation went to the market. They leaned against the quiet stalls, grinning at the angry Qingshan merchants. Although they belonged to different chambers of commerce, they were all linked with the same name, Gear Chamber of Commerce. Lu Jin, the sales of the Gear Chamber of Commerce, joined Gear Chamber of Commerce due to his relationship with the boss, Lu Hong, but because of his sales ability, he quickly received the unanimous approval of the Chamber of Commerce shareholders and was repeatedly appointed with important tasks. At this moment, as one of the masterminds behind the dumping, he leaned against the door of a grocery store belonging to the Gear Chamber of Commerce while looking at the depressed market with ridicule on his face. To be honest, although he was in full control to win this trade war, he was still anxious. After all, NAC was a violent institution. If it can't win economically, it may flip the table and he wouldn't be able to do anything about the fact. While the consequence would cause great damage to NAC's influence and reputation, Gear would also suffer some losses. Boss Lu Hong judged that Jiang Chen would not sacrifice the influence of the entire NAC for the market of Qingshan. But as one of the masterminds, he, too, was uncertain. The honest militia guarded the entrance to the market and used their eyes to signal that the local businessmen on the verge of rebelling were not to cause trouble. Although they became aware of some of the insider information and also despised the actions of Federation merchants, they were powerless as soldiers. Their task was to maintain the security of the market, not financial order. With the decline in the price of nutrient supply, the land price of Golden River Farm plummeted and dropped 30% in 3 days. Federation dumped its 2 years of hoarded nutrient supply in a few days. Although they lost nearly 1 million crystals from this move, they would reap 10 times the reward as long as they could quickly change the crystals into land. There weren't many nutrient supplies on the truck behind them. But it didn't matter, no one was willing to buy this stuff anymore. The price of B-grade nutrient supply had fallen to 1 crystal for 10. Grade C, D, E nutrient supply synthesized by mutant flesh and blood no longer had a market. The current situation was that, for every ton of mutant fruit produced by farmers, the net loss was 10 crystals. For every ton of B-grade nutrient supply the processing plant produced, the net loss was 1,100 crystals. The nutrient supply processing plant in Hongqing had been completely shut down and about 600 workers had been laid off. The decline in the price of nutrient supply brought down the prices of a series of commodities such as rifles, bullets, protective gears and medicines. However, the result didn't improve the lives of local people. They lost all their purchasing power. The reason for the price decline was simply due to the reduction in crystals flowing in the market. These cheap necessities were bought by merchants from other areas, and 80% of these necessities flowed to Federation. Soon Qingshan would be in recession. People would start to realize that while the price of products were cheap, they just couldn't afford it. However, these Federation merchants didn't get to enjoy their success for too long. Just after the market opened up, Zhao Corporation raised a sign. Exchanging B-grade nutrient supply credit, 1 credit in exchange for 10 nutrient supply. B-grade nutrient supply accounted for the largest percentage in the food consumption market. With the raw material being mutated fruits, the raw material was more stable than the other grades. Its price dictated the movement of other nutrient supply grade prices. As for the credit system, the people of Hongqing certainly were no strangers to it. In areas under NAC's control, as long as a signal was available, it was possible to access their bank account in the 6th Street and interact with other accounts for payments, collections and other operations. In addition to digital currency, the 6th Street Bank also issued banknotes for merchants to use in other regions. Therefore, in areas outside of NAC, it was also possible to see the notes being used. The merchant fleets heading east all recognized the value of the note. At present, the accepted exchange rate between credit and crystal was 1 to 5. In places further, the rate was 1 to 4 or 2 to 5. However, in Hongqing, the standard exchange rate was used. Under normal circumstances, the price of a B-grade nutrient supply was 0.5 crystal, the current market price was 0.2, exchanged into credit, it was 0.04. What is the Zhao Corporation thinking? A nutrient supply purchased at a price of 0.1 credit. Is it trying to artificially inflate the price of the nutrient supply? Lu Jin was in disdain. It was too late to do anything. Even if they ate all the losses and bought all the products available in the market, it would still be futile. The survivors would be happy to sell their nutrient supply at 0.1, but would they be willing to buy at a price of 0.1? And they already reached the goal of boosting the value of crystal. Disregarding the fact the survivors here had yet to adopt to the credit system. Even if everyone recognized the value of the credit system, crystals would still remain the strongest currency. Unless NAC transported crystals by truckloads from other places to here and forcibly injected them into the market. Or else, no matter what they do, it would be futile. Boss Lu. What is it? Lu Jin, in a cheerful mood, looked at one of his pawns. He was in a good mood. He was about to lead Gear Chamber of Commerce to launch the first attack in monopolizing Hongqing's nutrient supply market. However, just as he was fantasizing what kind of praises the Gear Chamber of Commerce would award him with, his pawn, while trembling, handed him the newspaper. This is. Lu Jin frowned and took the newspaper. The newspaper from the 6th Street, a scanned copy from our merchant fleets. Lu Jin opened the newspaper and slowly scanned the contents of the newspaper. However, when he saw the headline, his heart suddenly sunk. 10 mutant farms in Wanghai all announced an increase of production simultaneously. The value of crystal could experience the biggest drop in a single quarter. 6th Street raised the official exchange rate between credit and crystal from the original 1:5 to 1:10. At the same time, NAC announced that because of the overcapacity of Crystal ranches, Crystal was in a state of oversupply at the 6th Street. In order to encourage investors to use credit with more stability, all real estate transfer in areas covered by NAC signal must be settled by credits. If Crystal must be used, a tax would be imposed on both buyers and sellers. Seeing this while also witnessing more people gather around Zhao Corporation's shop, Lin Jin was sweating profusely. It's just shameless to directly manipulate the exchange rate. Not just that. The combination of moves made by the NAC directly prevented the possibility of purchasing real estate assets from the bankrupted survivors. In just the past 5 days, the crystals they hoarded by dumping nutrient supply suffered astronomical loss. Now, even if they hauled trucks full of crystals, no one would be willing to trade with them. Unless they paid a higher price at an exchange rate of 115 or even 120 to sell their crystals, or else no one would use their credits to exchange for the depreciating crystals. Gear was now stuck with crystals. It's all over. Lu Jin dropped down on the ground. He felt dizzy. He pushed away his pawn who was trying to help him up, stormed into the store, and took out a phone from the drawer. He must get in touch with his boss. At the moment, Lu Hong, the owner of the Gear Chamber of Commerce, was sitting in an office chair, staring blankly at the ceiling of the office. The loud phone rang in the office, but he didn't want to pick it up. Just half an hour ago, the wealth of the Gear Chamber of Commerce shrunk by half, and shareholders were blowing up his phone with phone calls. He already considered all kinds of situations, including the NAC accepting losses by purchasing the nutrient supply in the survivors' hands at a premium. He also considered NAC breaking the free trade agreement and learning from Empire in terms of imposing high tariffs on foreign businessmen. That way, they'd avoid the depression of the market at the expense of raising the cost of living for locals. However, he did not consider that the NAC would actually leverage the currency itself. And this move directly handicapped the Gear Chamber of Commerce. So sudden that it completely caught him off guard. After a long silence, Lu Hong silently took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it up. He rarely smoked in the office. Although he was the most powerful man in Federation, he had strict control of himself. But now, he wanted to relax. Lu Hong closed his eyes, leaned back against the chair, and began to think about the next countermeasures. However, what made him desperate was that he couldn't think of any good measures. If NAC was set to push the new currency into Hongqing, even if Gear Chamber of Commerce controlled even more crystals, it could not fight back against the currency. Wait for the value of crystal to return to normal. They couldn't wait. Just then, his secretary opened the door and walked in. Looking at the gorgeous figure in her suit, it was the first time Lu Hong felt bored and annoyed. What is it? I said let me have some time alone. Boss. Secretary Xiaoru gulped. Hurry up, Lu Hong pinched the cigarette and said impatiently. Our third largest shareholder, through Federation Stock Exchange, sold her shares to NAC, Xiaoru said quickly. For a moment, Lu Hong's eyes turned red, and he suddenly stood up and grabbed the collar of his secretary. What did you say? That bit *H Wu Qian sold her shares to NAC? Yes. Xiaoru trembled and answered while gasping for air. Lu Hong let go of the secretary's collar and sat back in the office chair. Xiaoru was coughing as she tried to gain her breath back. Inadvertently, the corner of her eye spotted her boss. She was surprised. The savvy business leader instantly aged by a decade. The exchange rate was like a knife. If it were used well, it would be able to cut off a large piece of meat from the players participating in the market without any effort. The Federation's merchants attempted to completely shrink the mutated fruits farm area by dumping low-priced nutrient supply so that they would then gain complete control of the nutrient supply production. However, Gear Commerce of Chamber did not think that NAC would directly devalue the crystal in their hands through leveraging the exchange rate. NAC had complete control of all the mutant farms in NAC region. And those farms accounted for 20% of energy consumption in NAC. This was already a very high number. Depreciation of the crystal was like a double-edged sword, hurting others and hurting oneself. The only difference was that NAC could withstand this loss and could wait until the value of the crystal returned to normal, but the Gear Chamber of Commerce couldn't. Unless they didn't want to do business and hoarded the crystal in the warehouse for a long time. Unless NAC opened a dedicated channel for the exchange of credits and crystals, but it was obviously an unfeasible option. Zhao Corporation purchased about 500,000 boxes of nutrient supply from the market and transported it back to the 6th Street by NAC's cargo airship. Now the population of the 6th Street exceeded 100,000, the floating population was above 70,000, and hundreds of merchant fleets moved through the area. The nutrient supply consumed every day there was 3 times that of Hongcheng. The excess nutrient mixture would soon be transported out of the 6th Street by merchant fleets to other regions. With areas under NAC control free of any danger, the cost of transportation was very low. With Qingshan market returning to normal, there was still a few incidents left to be resolved. The Gear Chamber of Commerce was in a desperate situation. It was about to welcome its inevitable collapse. Jiang Chen immediately sent a merchant from NAC to register a shell company in Federation, and then contacted shareholders other than Lu Hong about the acquisition of their shares. Instead of using the depreciated crystals, he used credits. The minority shareholders wanted to get rid of their shares as soon as possible. Although the rational majority shareholders were wary of the hostile takeover proposal, when NAC's premium rose from 10% to 20%, they couldn't resist the temptation. Was holding the full warehouses of crystals with Lu Hong worth it, or was accepting the credits from NAC and starting over somewhere else a better option? Smart people already made their decisions. However, a smarter person made a decision even Jiang Chen didn't expect. The most luxurious hotel in Qingshan. The guards outside were guarding the door, and inside. Gulp, gulp. After taking a drink, the beauty gasped for some air and gently brushed her hair. Did that feel comfortable? Of course. Sitting by the window, Jiang Chen patted the beautiful face looking up at him with a sly smile on his face. The beautiful woman smiled softly. She slowly stood up, picked up her clothes, and covered her slim figure. Astonishing. I thought you would live in a luxurious palace. Looking at the perfect hands putting on her clothes, Jiang Chen laughed. I won't stay here for a long time. It doesn't make sense to clean the palace out. Wu Qian, the third largest shareholder of Gear Chamber of Commerce. When the merchant sent by Jiang Chen went to see her, she made a special request to the merchant. I agree to sell the shares, but I want to meet your leader. After getting permission from Jiang Chen, the NAC people escorted her to Qingshan. However, when they met, Wu Qian proposed to become the spokesperson of NAC in Federation and attached quite an attractive condition, voluntarily becoming his mistress. Wu Qian was keenly aware that NAC's acquisition of Gear Chamber of Commerce was not for the purpose of ruining the largest chamber of commerce in the area, but intended to include the entire Federation within its rule. As a result, controlling Gear Chamber of Commerce was much more important than destroying it. For assets far from Wanghai, NAC's geographic separation would make it difficult to govern. Therefore, the decision was bound to be choosing a spokesperson as they did for the empire. Ever since knowing this fact, Wu Qian too had her own initiative. For Wu Qian's proposal, Jiang Chen felt surprised. He did intend to retain the Gear Chamber of Commerce, and he also considered the idea of a spokesperson to help him manage Federation. However, he had yet to think of a good candidate. The president would be Yu Jicheng, but the person overseeing the Chamber of Commerce, he must find someone smart and easy to control. And Wu Qiao just happened to be a good candidate. Although Jiang Chen felt that her condition was not necessary, in the principle of not wasting food, he accepted her service without any dignity. So that just happened in the hotel room. Wu Qian was already dressed and had restored her graceful and majestic appearance as if nothing happened. She smiled. So, what we have agreed on before, please and thank you. When she left the room, she politely closed the door behind her. In just 3 days, NAC completed the acquisition of Gear Chamber of Commerce, which cost a total of 500,000 credits, and they controlled 52% of the shares. At the same time, NAC used the Federation's securities trading law and offered 2 times premium to forcefully acquire the remaining shares from Lu Hong. At this time, the valuation of Gear Chamber of Commerce for 37% of the shares owned by Lu Hong was only worth 200,000 credits. With double the valuation, it was 400,000 credits. When Jiang Chen paid the money to Federation Stock Exchange, Lu Hong was kicked out of his own Chamber of Commerce. It was too late to change the law then. The Gear Chamber of Commerce, which was valued at 10 million crystals, became Jiang Chen's assets overnight. As a result, the only plantation in Federation was now also under NAC's control. However, it was just the beginning of Federation's nightmare. The NAC, which monopolized the production of Hongqing nutrient supply, immediately announced a price increase and raised the price of nutrient supply to 2 crystals, citing the reason due to the depreciation of crystal. Commodity prices skyrocketed by a factor of 4, the prices of other Federation goods also skyrocketed. Although the number of crystals in Federation citizens' pockets did not change, the wealth of every citizen shrunk. Facing the strength of credits, the circulating crystals in Federation plummeted. And because the survivors of Hongqing had already exchanged their currency for credit, the price increase didn't impact them significantly. The only ones affected were the hunters who hunted for crystals, but the loss was negligible for NAC. NAC's first stab penetrated Federation's chest. The dissatisfied people naturally unleashed their anger on the president. The wave of protests completely collapsed the city. At the same time, Jiang Chen, the NAC ambassador, announced his resignation and returned to Federation's parliament. He stood in front of the public and told the story of the assassination attempts on the president and how NAC saved him. No matter which era, political assassination was always a scandal. When the president's chief of staff released an audio recording of the president purchasing his head, the public opinion naturally stood on his side. Using the public's support, Jiang Chen immediately announced his election campaign. Conspiracy, depression, bankruptcy, look at what our president has done. This can't continue anymore. Before he ruins our homeland to a point it can't be saved, we must kick out this villain blinded by power. I will run for the next presidential campaign. Brothers and sisters, I need your support. The audience burst into loud cheers. People whistled and embraced him like a savior. On the other hand, the Gear Chamber of Commerce had completed its restructuring. With the support of NAC, this aged behemoth finally regained its vitality. The former third largest shareholder Wu Qian was elected as the new president of the Chamber of Commerce. The dignified and glamorous female president, with her excellent management ability and negotiation means, received orders for nutrient supply from NAC's military government. It also signed crystal supplying agreements with 7 factories from the 6th Street, which completely turned around the company. Under the money offered from NAC, the media gave high praises to her and successfully fabricated her to be one of the most outstanding merchants. But what the public opinion didn't know was how scandalous their goddess acted when she was with Jiang Chen. What happened next is already predictable. The scandal, weak economy, and the public dissatisfaction with the president all reached their peaks. Wu Qian used her influence to speak through the media, attacking the president, accusing him of incompetence in solving employment problems and maintaining market order. On behalf of the Gear Chamber of Commerce, she demanded the president be impeached and called forth another election. Losing the support of Lu Hong, Jia Ming could only watch this all unfold. Without the support of capital, he didn't have a fighting chance. The army was controlled by the parliament, and the parliament was controlled by the merchants. Under the sugar-coated shell of NAC, the parliaments all turned one by one. NAC promised to exercise a high degree of autonomy in Hezhong City as it did in Qingshan Town. Since their own interests would not be affected, the merchants didn't have a reason to say no. Otherwise, Gear Chamber of Commerce would be their precedents. The election took place as scheduled. Without any suspense, the people of Federation welcomed their savior to the president's throne. The first thing Jiang Chen did after he took office was disarmament. He signed a defense agreement with NAC. At the same time, the price of the nutrient supply controlled by NAC fell, showing his people the president's ability. Just like that, without a single shot fired, NAC's flag rose above Federation. In early September, because of the dumping event, Jiang Chen's return was delayed by a month. But following the conclusion of the Federation election, everything returned to peace. With the leadership of Jiang Chen, Federation and NAC signed a more cooperative alliance agreement, officially marking the complete control of Hucheng by NAC. Jiang Chen personally visited Jianghe City and witnessed the commercial hub of Jiangyu province highly praised by people. To be frank, after seeing the actual city, it fell short of his expectations. The city known for its freedom and prosperity was indeed much prosperous than Qianshan town, but compared to the 6th Street in Wanghai, it was lackluster. But after observing the local industries, Jiang Chen noticed a few interesting things. The membrane filtration technology of Jianghe City was more advanced than Wanghai's technology. It was no surprise that the price of nutrient supply there was lower compared to other places. Their genetically modified karm trees not only produced tree sap of similar quality compared to Xinjiang, but the production was also 20% higher per tree. They also possessed artificial intelligence for AI, improved graphene production technology and an array of technology. Following Federation joining NAC's jurisdiction, their secretly guarded technology flowed into NAC territory through trade routes. From this point of view, the cost of merging Federation was negligible. Wu Qian, from Gear Chamber of Commerce, accompanied Jiang Chen on the tour. Just as the people of Federation witnessed, Wu Qian utilized her exemplary diplomatic tactics to mediate the conflict between Federation merchants and NAC and facilitated a partnership between both parties. The fact that both leaders could walk side by side together successfully proved the point. Of course, their relationship wasn't as simple as what the public saw. During the multi-day visit to Jianghe City, Jiang Chen walked out of Wu Qian's private mansion feeling refreshed. And during the same period of time, Wu Qian went to work with dark circles around her eyes and her mind constantly slipped when she was working and in meetings, clearly overworked. The employees of the Chamber of Commerce didn't notice the abnormal behavior of their female boss. Instead, they thought she was working too diligently for the company, which caused her to be sleep-deprived. If the people who envied her figure knew she was being trained every night by a man, would their worldview collapse? Jiang Chen occasionally entertained that thought. But whenever he mentioned that to her, Wu Qian would beg him not to do that or her image would be completely destroyed. Jiang Chen definitely wouldn't do that since he needed Wu Qian to act as his representative to maintain the stable operation of Gear Chamber of Commerce. He did purchase the company with 500,000 credit points. It would be wasteful if he just allowed it to erode. But that didn't stop him from mentioning it. Jiang Chen's inner sadist pleasure was completely pleased by Wu Qian's desperate pleas. Of course, it might have had something to do with Wu Qian being a sadist herself. Their pleasure aside. On the last day of the tour, Jiang Chen went to see Jiang Chen at the presidential palace in Jianghe City. After seeing Jiang Chen again, it appeared he no longer had a defeated spirit. In a clean and fitted suit, his hair was styled and he was accompanied by an advisor. The former president Jiang Ming left Jianghe City at the end of the election for another city. He knew that once he lost, Jiang Chen, who was the victim of his deceitful tactics, would not let him go easily. But his previous advisor Su Qingwei wasn't so lucky. Because he was late by a few steps, evidence of unlawful transactions was presented against him and former owner of Gear's Chamber of Commerce, Lu Hong, was then arrested to await trial. The judge already hinted to Jiang Chen that Su Qingwei could get a sentence of at least 10 years. With a taste of power, Jiang was naturally loyal to Jiang Chen because he knew everything he enjoyed was due to that man. If Jiang Chen wanted him to lose everything, it would only take a sentence from him. Jiang Ming, who fled, and Su Qingwei, in prison, were all perfect examples. Currently, we're discussing the proposal to join NAC's economic zone. We already explained to the public that it doesn't mean we're surrendering to NAC, and it doesn't mean we're being controlled by NAC. It's only a method to facilitate cooperation between the two parties. NAC's merchants can have easier access to investments in Federation, and we will no longer need to pay for our defense budget. The budget can go to more meaningful things. Is there anyone who objects? Jiang Chen asked casually. Of course, but only a small number. Jiang's eyes shifted. His fingers crossed on the table and in an assuring voice, he said, "We'll convince them." No need to be so anxious. Jiang Chen took a sip of his tea and leaned on the sofa. I said I'd make you the president and it became reality. I also said that as long as you listened to me, you would continue to sit on the throne. Of course I trust you. I'm just not used to it yet. President Ji let out a long breath. His tense shoulders loosened slightly. Try to get used to it. I will. Jiang Chen nodded. After a brief pause, he continued. Did you discover anything about who sent the letter? Jiang Chen was still curious as to who leaked the password to Federation. Since it wasn't Dr. Sun, who else was connected to Fallout Shelter 072? The survivor of the disaster mentioned by Sun Jiao? The perpetrator of the attack? Or some other person? We have some information now. From Su Qingwei's mouth, the former advisor, we obtained some insight through some special methods. Jiang grinned. That's fine. I don't want to ask about the details of your interrogation. Get to the point, Jiang Chen said with irritation. Jiang immediately replied, the Northern Alliance area. The Alliance area, did they reach this far already? Jiang Chen's brows furrowed as he muttered to himself. Jiang didn't disrupt Jiang Chen's thought and waited for him to continue. Where did they go? They. The Northern Alliance area people. Jiang shook his head with regret. I sent people to search for their whereabouts, but the trail ended 10 days ago. 10 days ago, they left the Dad of Death Clause Hotel in Zhanghe City, then no one saw them again. Dad of Death Clause? Jiang Chen's eyebrows jumped. What kind of name is this? Isn't Death Clause a matriarchal species? 10 days ago, the second day of your presidency. That's right. Jiang nodded. Then can we interpret that to mean they took away former President Mr. Jiang? Jiang Chen said in an undertone. That's also what my advisor and I thought, but we couldn't find any evidence that proved a connection. Jiang forced a smile. Evidence is only one part of the equation. I'm not a judge and sometimes I trust my instincts more. Just like how the media can't find evidence for the connection between us when we do have a connection. Jiang Chen tapped the back of his neck with his finger. Jiang gulped. He was injected with an honorary chip and was officially a knight of NAC, it just wasn't disclosed to the public. Once Federation officially joined the NAC big family, Jiang Chen would give him an emblem. Seeing as Jiang was silent, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and continued to delegate tasks. Compared to Wang Hai, you're closer to the Northern Alliance area. I only have one recommendation, closely monitor their activities. Do you understand what I mean? You mean, the Northern Alliance area is plotting against us? Jiang's face looked somewhat pale. Although he had never been there, based on the merchant fleets, he could experience the powerful influence of the Northern Alliance area. Compared to that place, the areas along the coast and river were more like barren land from the destruction of war. It was the reason why the Northern Alliance area viewed themselves as the true rulers of this piece of land. That's right, Jiang Chen said concisely. But they're 1,300 kilometers away from us. It'll be a problem just to reach them, Ji Yucheng said with a bitter smile. It's only 1,300 kilometers, 2 times the distance from Wanghai to Hucheng. A long time ago, they declared war on us. It's just that after 10 years, the fated invaders never arrived, but we never forgot about their declaration. Hopefully they forgot about it, Ji Yucheng said. I'll never dare to imagine that our enemy forgot about us. Jiang Chen stood up, paused, and looked at Ji Yucheng sternly. If they ultimately fulfill their declaration of war and clash against us, it will be a war between civilizations. A war between two civilizations was far more tragic than a war between barbarians and civilization. I understand. Ji Yucheng nodded with difficulty, then continued to ask while looking at Jiang Chen, who was standing up, are you planning to leave? That's right. I'll return to Wanghai tomorrow. I'll have to count on you for affairs in Federation. Ji Yucheng took a deep breath and said with sincerity, leave it to me. Finally going home. On top of A.S. Order's steel deck, gazing at the rising sun from the edge of the apocalypse, Jiang Chen was eager to return. He had been away for 2.5 months, which was far longer than the originally planned 1-month journey due to various troublesome problems. Of course, the rewards from this journey were incredible. Based on valuations from 6th Street Bank analysts, this battle contributed at least 5 million credit points to NAC's economy. But he didn't want to think about the losses and gains, he only wanted to enjoy this beautiful view. The weather is quite nice today. Sun Xiaoro came up from behind him. She gently tucked her messy wind-swept hair behind her ears. There's no radiation dust, we just see pure blue and white, this is the sky's original color. The rolling clouds were like fresh-picked cotton. Like waves, they swirled around the mountain range. The order sailing between them was just like a small boat. In contrast with the pristine blue sky, below the steel airship were ruins and shambles, broken highways and tree-covered skyscrapers, as well as occasional flames. How big is our territory now? Glancing down from the edge of the airship, Jiang Chen abruptly asked. From the 6th Street to Hucheng Federation, we have around 110,000 square kilometers of area under control, Sun Xiaoro gently said. Because Sun Xiaoro often helped her sister with taking care of affairs, she knew bits and pieces of information. There were lots of NAC inspection stations in Suong province, and some NAC outposts were also established to provide supplies and protect traveling merchants and local survivors. On the other hand, Jiang Chen, the boss, didn't know how big his territory was at all. Just that much? Jiang Chen muttered. In almost 2 years, they only occupied around 1/100th of the Huxia region, not to mention the entire Pac-Pacific area. Sun Xiaoro rolled her eyes at his greedy comment and started to giggle. We're doing very well. Even with 110,000 square kilometers of land, only less than 10,000 square kilometers are developed, zombies and mutants are present in the other areas. Civilizing the land is far harder than invasion. That's true. Jiang Chen sighed. Limited population growth was always the shackle limiting NAC's growth. Even with an expansive territory, invading the land was futile without enough people to build on it. But without utilizing the strengths of both worlds, when the Harmony invaded, he didn't think he would have any odds of winning. 100 years meant a lifetime for normal people, it meant the entire world to them. But for a civilization, 100 years was just a tiny slice of time. Jiang Chen took out the thumb-sized glass bottle and carefully examined it between his fingers. The serum with an orange hue cast an irregular sheen. This genetic password that would make all the great powers envious was like a poison. Sun Xiaoro got closer to Jiang Chen and gently whispered into his ear. Don't feel so rushed. Feel so rushed? About your hometown. Jiang Chen took a second to process that before a smile emerged on his face. He tousled Sun Xiaoro's head. You're like the bug in my stomach. You can't just touch a girl's head like that. Sun Xiaoro grinned. She put her own hand on top of Jiang Chen's head and didn't move away. Sorry, also, you're not a child anymore, right? Jiang Chen laughed. -10 points for that sentence. Xiaoro pinched him on the waist before she turned around. Jiang Chen watching her figure leaving with a smile before he redirected his gaze back to the water's surface. Taifu River past the treacherous mountain, across the bank of Dianshan Lake, was like a giant egg. The translucent graphene mesh reflected a colorful vibrancy under the high noon sun. Construction vehicles scattered across the construction sites, accompanying the thousands of workers building a groundbreaking piece of work. The Garden of Eden laid there. The steel airship flew above the Garden of Eden and arrived in the Songjiang area in Wanghai. With the help of radar, it slowly descended and moved to the airship harbor of 6th Street. The soldiers and civilians all showed their respect and cheered the steel monster returning from afar. The reason why they chose to park at the 6th Street harbor was to demonstrate NAC's military might to NAC citizens and travelers. Military power and environmental stability were the priority for survivors on their search for a new home. Amidst the deafening cheers of the crowd, Jiang Chen, dressed in power armor, along with the 1,000 soldiers in kinetic skeletons, walked through the streets of the 6th Street to the square in front of the council building. People held flowers as they welcomed their heroes home. They tossed colorful petals into the air. As the man in the black polyethylene armor bathed in the petals and applause, all the soldiers straightened their backs with pride on their faces. Jiang Chen walked slowly purposely. The soldiers had been away from their homes for 2 months and fought valiantly for NAC in foreign territory. They deserved all this glory as recognition for their hard work. A lot of the single girls present not only gave them flowers, but they also gave the warriors warm hugs. It is human nature to praise heroes. An adorable girl stopped in front of Jiang Chen. While she was hugging his power armor, she suddenly tiptoed and gave him a kiss in front of everyone. Jiang Chen didn't know if it was her first kiss because the girl instantly buried her head and escaped into the crowd like a startled deer. Amidst the loud cheers of the crowd, Jiang Chen only hesitated for half a second before a delightful laugh came out. He raised the flowers in his hand and waved at his citizens. Heroism and beauty were eternal crowd pleasers. The fleet stopped only momentarily before it continued forward. Half a step behind Jiang Chen, LVZ whispered into his ear. Judging by her experience, she's probably someone who just came out of the fallout shelter. If General is interested, I can search for her name. Because LVZ was uncertain about Jiang Chen's feelings toward that girl, he cautiously didn't use blue skin with a negative connotation. There's no need. He recalled the purity in her pupils and shook his head with a smile. He placed the fresh flowers, still dripping with dew, on a nylon hook. LVZ looked at Jiang Chen's back with an odd expression. Has the sun risen from the west? The general's now a vegetarian. At the square in front of the council building. Jiang Chen was standing on top of the podium and was handing out knight emblems for every soldier worthy of this honor in addition to awarding soldiers for their contributions during the war. The spirits were high and everyone's faces were filled with pride. Being personally honored by the general was a great honor for the soldiers. For the soldiers who had fallen beside the Gan River and were unable to receive recognition, the logistics department sent personnel to their families' homes along with their emblems, bonuses, and pensions. Death must accompany any war. While material compensation wasn't enough to eliminate the family's grievances, at least it would improve their lives slightly. After the ceremony, Jiang Chen headed to the director's office with Chu Nan. The moment he pushed open the office door, his eyes caught the piled stack of paper on the table. These are military expenses that just got sent over. No need to worry about them, it just looks like there are a lot. We already made our money back by selling land certificates from Golden River Farm, but there's still a lot of work to sign every expense form. Chu Nan swept the pile of papers aside, took a document from the table, and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen picked up a thick stack of papers and flipped through them. This is legal document. Chu Nan had a proud smile on his face. I referenced the law books left by Pak and asked former lawyers and economists to make amendments to the previous bills. This includes the establishment of a security exchange to separate trading offering securities, options, land certificates from the banking system and more standardized market regulations. Please take a look. Jiang Chen nodded at Chu Nan, pleased. He closed the document. Thank you for your hard work. Not at all, it's part of my duty. Chu Nan smiled. Do you have any good news? Jiang Chen asked nonchalantly. Chu Nan paused for a second before a rare, timid smile appeared on his face. He touched his nose as he said, How did you know? It's written all over your face. Were you not planning to share with me? Jiang Chen grinned. It's not a big deal at all, it's about my family. Chu Nan coughed into his fist and rapidly said, I'm about to become a father. I'm about to become a father. On the helicopter returning to the Fishbone base, Jiang Chen was contemplating those words. To be honest, when Chu Nan said that, it took him by surprise. He always thought Chu Nan wasn't much older than him. From Chu Nan getting married to Zhou Xiaoxia 1 year ago to her getting pregnant, his identity changed from an abject looting town pilot to an almost father. From Chu Nan's life, Jiang Chen saw the passage of time. Is it time for children? Jiang Chen muttered. As he thought, he took out the serum from the storage dimension. He took a deep breath, threw the serum back into the storage dimension and shook his head forcefully. He'd consider the question later, he wasn't ready to take on the duty of a father. The helicopter quickly arrived and landed at Fishbone base. Jiang Chen jumped off the plane and went to see Cheng Weigua, who came to greet him. On the way back to the mansion, Jiang Chen chatted with him about the status of the base and surprisingly heard a number of good news. Last month, a new fallout shelter opened in the northwest corner of Jia City. Cheng Weigua sent out the soldiers of the 1st Division and transported them to the 6th Street before the raiders arrived, and they also explained the situation on the surface. The blue skins who didn't understand the situation made quite a scene. For example, one person who previously lived in the 6th Street before realized his house was bulldozed and went to complain, but he was thrown out right away. Based on investigations, there were no observers in the fallout shelter, meaning that the purpose of this fallout shelter was truly to preserve the population without any other purpose. These fallout shelters were mostly comprised of hibernation chambers. For the survivors, it was only a blink of the eye while they traveled from a peaceful era to the apocalypse. It was as if they took a maglev to the fallout shelter in the morning, wearing a suit and holding a briefcase as they entered the metal gate, then laid inside the hibernation chamber afterward. Once they woke up, the world outside was entirely different. If Fishbone Base hadn't taken care of them, some of them might have died or been forced into slavery. Some of them might have abandoned the dignity of civilization and become hobos wandering the wasteland. Of course, because of the existence of NAC, they didn't need to suffer that kind of agony. Accept, educate, and release to society. NAC needed their knowledge and abilities, especially economists and scientists whose talents were in high demand in the 6th Street. Also, people with computer knowledge could find a good job in the military zone. After saying goodbye to Cheng Weigua, Jiang Chen stood at the door of the mansion. When he opened the door, before he could step into the mansion, a familiar figure bumped into his chest and locked his lips with force. After a while, their lips parted. Sun Jiao stared into his eyes with her face covered in a red hue. While there were thousands of words to say, after seeing him, only a few words came out. Fool, why didn't you come back earlier? Jiang Chen chuckled. What are you laughing at? Sun Jiao stared at him. No, nothing. Right, where is Xiaoro? Sun Xiaoro returned to the base by helicopter after she got off the airship. She wasn't a soldier, so she didn't need to attend the victory ceremony nor was she interested in attending either. She's still at the office. She told me you'd be back in the afternoon and let me come home early. Sun Jiao said, slightly embarrassed. Her younger sister just dropped off her luggage after a long trip and immediately went to help her. That made Sun Jiao feel embarrassed as the older sister. But then she thought about Sun Xiao spending 2 months alone with Jiang Chen and her embarrassment quickly dissipated. Sun Jiao hugged Jiang Chen for a long time before she let him go. She planned to save the rest of her affection for midnight. Yao Yao's mouth pouted while she stared at the two of them. She had been twiddling her thumbs for a while. Seeing Sun Jiao finally letting Jiang Chen go, the little girl immediately stopped twiddling. With both hands behind her back, she anxiously closed her eyes. Her lips opened slightly. It looked like she was waiting for something. Jiang Chen started to chuckle upon seeing her cute gesture and tousled her hair. Why are your eyes closed? Don't you want to see me? No, no. Yao Yao immediately opened her eyes and met Jiang Chen's gaze before quickly looking away with a blushing face. She muttered, I was just expecting something. Ah, of course, it's okay if, woo. She went from shock initially to joy, to happiness, and to finally closing her colorful eyes while gently enjoying the affection between their lips. Their lips parted. Letting go of Yao Yao, Jiang Chen stared at her blushing, red face and her watery eyes, as well as her expression which said he could do anything freely. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. He somehow felt his lowly loving spirit awakening. Yao Yao's flush went all the way from her face to underneath her shirt. Yao Yao will go cook now. We'll eat red bean congee today. Still intoxicated by her joy, Yao Yao giggled while stumbling toward the kitchen. She looked like she could fall at any time. Sun Jiao also grinned. Pervert. I didn't even do anything though. Then Jiang Chen noticed Lin Lin's eyes drifting toward him, so he looked at her and joked. Do you want a kiss too? Lin Lin instantly turned red and jumped up like a squirrel with her tail stepped on. She shouted at Jiang Chen. Who would want that? What a perverted statement. Illogical. Humph. I want it, Ting Ting raised her hand. You shut up. The crimson light flashed at Lin Lin, the suppressed Ting Ting didn't try to hide her desires at all as Lin Lin escaped back to her room. She slammed the door shut while leaving the two in the living room dumbfounded. It was already September. With the tail end of summer passing by, the apocalypse was already cooling down. Typically, winter would arrive by the end of October with snowfall coming half a month later. Winter in the apocalypse arrived 1 month earlier and ended 1 month later compared to the modern world. Lin Lin was overwhelmed with work lately. In order to ensure the exterior structure of Garden of Eden was completed before snowfall and to shift the construction phase to the interior to maximize construction time during the winter, she spent all day on the construction site. The previously freest person in the mansion now became the busiest out of everyone. Jiang Chen spent his time inside the mansion reading through the legal document amended by Chu Nan. Even though it was scanned into a digital version, the 10 megabyte size of the document still gave him a headache. It was also a strain on his eyes as he had to stare at the screen for a long time. Jiang Chen had to return to the modern world by October at the latest and had to take of things before he left. He also wanted to spend time with the girls. Sometimes, he wished he could chop himself up in half, leaving half on this side and the other half in the modern world. It was becoming more and more apparent that he no longer had enough time. Jiang Chen placed the tablet on the table and let out a long sigh while massaging his sore eyes. It was too torturous for an engineering graduate to read through all this. When Jiang Chen thought about it, he couldn't help but scorn Chu Nan. How did a pilot become so knowledgeable? Then the door behind him opened gently. Yao Yao gently walked beside Jiang Chen with a cup of coffee and put the steamy coffee on the table. Seeing how tired he looked, Yao Yao pouted with heartache and whispered, "Big brother, it must be tiring reading through all these documents." "It's a little tiring, but it's okay." Jiang Chen sunk into his chair and looked up at Yao Yao's caring face with a smile. If only Yao Yao could help you out. Jiang Chen looked at the little loli with a spoiled smile. Yao Yao is already helping me a lot, always has been. Hee hee. With a timid smile, Yao Yao rubbed her face, then clasped her hands onto Jiang Chen's shoulder. You've been working for a while, big brother must be tired. So, Yao Yao will massage you. Aha. Thank you. Feeling her soft hands rubbing his shoulder, he felt like his weariness was cured. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and began to enjoy the service. Seeing how relaxed Jiang Chen looked, a happy smile appeared on Yao Yao's face. But looking at the thick stack of documents, the little girl's mouth pouted again. If only she could help. Suddenly, a spark went off in Yao Yao's head. In that instant, she thought of a spectacular idea. Even though she only knew how to program, it could help Big Brother out. One morning, Jiang Chen was reading through documents as part of his usual routine. But before he flipped open the document, Yao Yao pushed open the door in a pink robe while rubbing her sleepy eyes and wandered into the room. No one had the heart to rouse her from her sleep, seeing how sleepy she looked. Because of the inhibitor injected when she was in hibernation, Yao Yao wasn't very good with mornings. But today, she strangely woke up early in the morning at 8. Here you go. While yawning, Yao Yao handed Jiang Chen an electronic watch. This is. Jiang Chen took the small gadget from Yao Yao's hands and he began to examine it closely. From the light but durable textile, it was probably graphene. The thumb-sized screen looked small but sharp. The side had a grain-sized button which could open an adjustable hologram screen. The appearance looked similar to Microsoft's smart bracelet, but the difference in content was like night and day. Jiang Chen took off the EP and put the watch on. It was light with barely any weight. After Jiang Chen opened the screen, he was shocked to discover something. It wasn't a watch at all, it was a lighter hologram computer that carried all the functionalities of EP. A more shocking thing happened. Just as the hologram screen expanded, beside the homepage, the image of a girl projected out. She had a ponytail and her clearly defined face looked cold, her emotionless eyes seemed to resemble Han Junhua. Of course, that was just from the vibes. Seeing shocked expression on Jiang Chen's face, Yao Yao chuckled while feeling pleased. She slowly began to explain things for Jiang Chen. Her name is Jian, an intermediate artificial intelligence entity developed by Yao Yao. Didn't Big Brother want me to develop safer artificial intelligence that possessed the ability to think? Hee hee, Yao Yao completed the development. With a pause and both hands behind her back, Yao Yao timidly continued, I saw how tiring it was for Big Brother to read through the documents. Therefore, I added some assistive features to her based on the original software. I hope she can help you. At the same time, the girl in the hologram project politely bowed to Jiang Chen. Artificial Intelligence Jian, at your service. Jian's appearance is downloaded from the library's database. If Big Brother is not pleased, you can modify her yourself, Yao Yao added. How could I not be pleased with Yao Yao's work? Appearances aside, could you describe her functionality to me? Yao Yao touched her chin while she examined the artificial intelligence. The security of intermediate artificial intelligence was inferior to basic artificial intelligence, but from a functionality perspective, the workable field of intermediate artificial intelligence was much more expansive than basic artificial intelligence. For example, basic artificial intelligence could produce logical responses based on human actions, it could make calculations but it couldn't process further. Intermediate artificial intelligence was different. Not only could it solve math problems, but it could solve even deep application questions. Based on what Yao Yao said, Jian not only possessed the ability to program herself, she could even learn knowledge she came in contact with and gain understanding. Her reading, analyzing, processing and outputting of data was far superior compared to humans. Similar intermediate artificial intelligence assistants were also seen in major corporations before the war and were commonly referred to as legal intermediate artificial intelligence. Its role often involved managing company servers and helping the president in better managing the company. In this aspect, Yao Yao's Jian utilized a lot of the same design principles. And the security concern Jiang Chen was most worried about wasn't a concern at all. The probability of losing control was low enough to be negligible, but the amount of hard drive and RAM space required for Jian was absurd, so it could only be contained in special containers. In the modern world, the spaces available for her to stay were extremely limited, so there was no need to worry about losing control. Even if she lost control, based on the settings in Yao Yao's program, Jian would absolutely obey Jiang Chen, limiting the conscious derived from the program itself. Security wasn't a concern at all. I already programmed economic and law knowledge into Jian's database. Her current knowledge level is around the level of someone with a PhD. With Jian as your assistant, it'll be a lot easier for Big Brother to read through the documents. Yao Yao smiled. After listening to Yao Yao's description, Jiang Chen looked at the watch on his wrist and exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, "It's almost like a hack." Hee hee. Yao Yao joyfully smiled. Although I don't know what a hack is, it's great to be able to help Big Brother out. Aha. Yao Yao helped me a lot this time. Jiang Chen lovingly rubbed Yao Yao's head. This artificial intelligence could be moved to the modern world and installed into future group's server. Xia Xiyu had constantly been bugging him about getting an assistant and he had been considering it too, but he hadn't found the right candidate. Now, which assistant could be more professional than artificial intelligence? Its efficiency couldn't be matched by the human brain. After sending away Yao Yao, Jiang Chen immediately returned to the desk and connected the tablet to the watch to order the new assistant to read the entire document. It utilized economics and law to evaluate each section of the amendment. From a beginner's perspective, it was amazing to achieve a B+ rating. Jiang Chen was extremely pleased with Chu Nan's abilities. What made him even more satisfied and amazed was Yao Yao's artificial intelligence. It was a hack. Jian. That's an odd way of referring to a program. Jiang Chen slapped his forehead and thought about a game he thought was fitting. How about this, I'll call you Jean from now on. Jean was a female name too. Name change completed, Mr. General. Also, don't call me General. Refer to me as President. Affirmative. Looking at Jean on the hologram screen, a pleased curvature appeared on Jiang Chen's mouth. With Jean's help, it wouldn't take long before he could solve the problem that had been giving him a headache. Pleasant sunshine, trees swayed with the cool breeze. Jiang Chen laid on the bed, rubbed his eyes, and sat up from the bed. He pushed open the window and a gust of cool wind blew by. He inhaled the refreshing air deeply and gazed into the horizon. On the peaceful shoreline, there were glimpses of cruise ships and sailboats. The fishing boats were nowhere to be seen anymore. It was the middle of summer when he left. Now it was fall. But on a tropical island near the equator, there wasn't much distinction between summer and fall. The seasons never changed and the only changing aspects were people's clothing styles, busier streets, and taller buildings. In the 1.5 years after the arrival of future technology, the Panu Islands also welcomed drastic changes. As for the 3 months he had been gone, he had a distant feeling. The mansion hadn't changed, however. Staring at the drones cutting leaves in his garden, Jiang Chen thought. Knock, knock, a gentle knocking came from the door. It was definitely Aisha outside. A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. He closed the window, pulled the blinds, turned on the air conditioner, and walked to the door. He hadn't seen her for 3 months. As for what naughty things he would do next, it wasn't to be discussed with other people. With Jean's help, Jiang Chen quickly finished his work and spent a relaxing September with Sun Jiao and girls. He would return to the modern world at the beginning of October. Before he left, he went to Fallout Shelter 027 to transfer the hidden genetic code surgery and the bottle of serum to Wang Fengping. With his leadership, the Life Science Research Institute of the Fallout Shelter would start researching the DNA strand named resiliency. If they could discover the secret of immortality without transferring the genetic code, Jiang Chen would no longer need to debate over changing his skills. Although he rarely needed to fight, he was pleased with his fury ability. On the first day in the modern world, Jiang Chen and Aisha didn't leave the house and spent the entire day together affectionately. The next morning, Jiang Chen finally made a trip to Future Building, and the first thing he did was install Gene's secondary program onto Future Group's server. The server was previously a commercial quantum computer. It was perfect as a terminal for Gene. From now on, Jiang Chen could access the status of the computer from anywhere with internet access through the watch on his left hand and execute orders to all departments. Future Technology could be considered the first corporation in the world to utilize artificial intelligence for company management. After taking care of that, Jiang Chen then visited Xia Shiyu's office to say hello. Because she was used to his sudden disappearances, during that encounter, her reaction was rather normal. But it would be impossible to say she wasn't worried at all. Due to her worry, when she saw Jiang Chen, she criticized him for a long time. "You're a billionaire, can you not suddenly disappear? If a reporter catches you, there would be chaos." "I'm okay, aren't I?" Jiang Chen brushed the problem away with a smirk. He took out a USB drive and threw it on Xia Shiyu's office table. "This is..." Xia Shiyu picked up the USB on the table, confused. "Gene Office, a smart office software specifically designed for our company. From today onward, I need this installed on every employee's computer. All future emails, contracts, financial statements, and performance evaluations must be uploaded through this software and copied onto the company server to achieve complete digital management," Jiang Chen said. Xia Shiyu sighed and spoke with her hand on her forehead. "It's too forced to suddenly change the working software. The impact of using unfamiliar software is clear on work efficiency, and our company's current software is applicable to our business needs, so there's no need to change it. Trust me. After you use it, you'll love this software." Jiang Chen smiled with confidence. This software was an enterprise management software designed specifically for Future Group, based on Gene's assessment of the company's server data and currently software's characteristics. With the aid of the quantum computer's computational power, she created enterprise management software the size of 500 megabytes in less than half an hour. Drafting the idea took 25 minutes while the actual coding took 5 minutes. Xia Shiyu skeptically eyed Jiang Chen, picked up the USB, inserted it, and clicked her mouse a few times. It was quickly loaded and the installation tool was installed on her computer. After installation, Xia Shiyu clicked on the fated software. "There's a user manual in the folder," Jiang Chen reminded her. "Aha. I see." Xia Shiyu nonchalantly scanned through the user manual and began to follow the instructions. After 1 minute, she began to look intrigued. After 5 minutes, her interested look turned into shock. After 10 minutes. "Are you still not done? We're only testing the functionality." Jiang Chen had to remind Xia Shiyu, who was constantly clicking and typing. Face palm. "It's not a fun game. It's just enterprise management software, is it that addicting?" Xia Shiyu blushed and pushed her mouse aside. "Sorry, it's for testing this, Gene Office application. What do you think? It's fantastic. Whether it's user experience, speed or security, everything is impeccable. Especially the employee community system that is even more refined than in social media apps. Not only does it have the ability for virtual conferences, it also simplifies document uploading, reviewing, and copying to the extreme." Xia Shiyu nodded. "Just like you said, this Gene Office was designed just for us. Then does Miss CEO still have any objections about pushing this software in the company?" Jiang Chen leaned against the desk and said with a mocking tone. I don't have any reasons to object. A curvature appeared on Xia Shiyu's mouth and her serious but gorgeous face showed a rare, delightful smile. I trust that as soon as we're familiar with the software, the efficiency of our employees will increase by at least 10%. I'll call for a meeting to discuss this with the executives of our subsidiaries. If everything is confirmed, we'll immediately implement and push for Gene Office. Xia Shiyu's style was so sharp and fierce without lacking consideration. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. Then I won't disturb you further. He turned toward the door. Just then, Xia Shiyu suddenly stopped him. Also, President Zhang came to look for you at the office a few days ago. He seemed like he had something urgent to discuss with you. President Zhang. Did he mention anything specific? I'm not sure. Xia Shiyu shook her head. I just heard it has to do with water. Water? Jiang Chen looked at her, completely lost.